HOJO Radio.
This is Sandy Becker saying, keep cooking with Crisco. It's all vegetable. It's digestible.
DuPont presents the Cavalcade of America. Before we start this evening's presentation of the Cavalcade of America, brought to you by DuPont, we wish to read excerpts from two letters. One from a successful businessman, president of his company, and the other from a housewife. The businessman says,
I listen to your broadcast each Wednesday, and it gives me much pleasure to compliment you on what I consider the finest program ever produced, combining education, entertainment, and refinement.
The housewife says,
we want to express our appreciation of the Cavalcade of America, one of the finest programs ever on the air, educational as well as highly entertaining. Thanks again for an extra fine program, as well as extra fine products.
These two typical comments show how the Cavalcade of America is received by both men and women, in fact, by all members of the family. Our listeners symbolize the many millions of Americans who benefit from the research of DuPont's chemists, who are ever working toward their goal, better things for better living through chemistry. The DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra plays an overture suggesting the locale of the first episode in this evening's broadcast, a special arrangement of By the Waters of the Minnetonka. development of her great national resources, America has been fortunate in finding strong and hardy workers. This evening, we bring you two stories of notable achievement. The first begins on a night in the spring of 1842 at a lumber camp beside a remote stream in northern Minnesota. Sitting in the moonlight on the piled logs is Stephen Beck Hanks. His friend Pierre Bernard hails him.
Steve! Steve! Oh, why you sit out here alone? You tell big stories in the cookhouse.
I'm looking at this little river, Pierre. I'm doing some figuring. Did you ever see the water so high?
Me, when I see water run so fast, I like it. We ride the logs this spring like lightning. Maybe I see Jeannot and my new baby in 2-3 weeks.
Sure, I want to get home, too, but riding the logs on a stream like this is dangerous.
Oh, you don't worry, Steve. You don't think about the river, but about home. When I ride into still water, my wife, she said to me again, Pierre, you big fool. Why you leave Maine and come way out here? What good these big trees do? There is no one to buy them.
No, they'll find a market one of these days, I reckon. And this city's going up south of here. We could just find a cheap way to send them our timber.
They have many cities in this west.
Well, you ought to see a town like Springfield, Illinois. And that's where my cousin Abe Lincoln lives. Not a lumberjack like me, but a real for sure lawyer. Gosh, when I look at him, I wish I could read a lot of books and make something of myself.
You don't have to read a book to do that, Steve. You have a good brain.
I don't know. All that's on my brain right now is how I could get word to Stillwater. Try and talk him out of starting the drive too soon.
But the log drive has to start quick in spring, Steve.
Hey, Steve!
Yeah? What is it?
Word from Stillwater. You're to start the drive at sunrise.
It's sunrise, huh? Well, that kind of settles my worries and leaves us to do the best we can.
The great log drive started in the spring. Thousands of logs, a winter's harvest, rode the rivers toward the sawmills. Balancing deftly on top of them were the expert rivermen, using the utmost judgment and skill to avoid being thrown among the swift-running logs. Where rivers curved, the logs were apt to jam. A few days after the drive to the mill at Stillwater on the St. Croix River had started, Steve Hanks and his helpers worked near open water to break up a jam.
Yeah, be careful, Pierre. Those logs you're jumping over aren't steady.
I am light as a feather. Nothing happened to me. Hey, Steve, here's the key log. Jammed in a rock. Think I can get it with my cat hook?
And not while we're out here in midstream. I'll call the boat.
Bateau! Pierre's down!
Come on. Be careful as we get near him, Jan. Don't fall on yourself.
All right. Here's the open place. He's coming up again.
There. I got you, Pierre. Hold me tight now. Hey, Dan, you straddle that log on the other side.
Right.
You can't get me out. Here, we can try here. All right. You ready? Steady on your log, Dan?
I'm fine on it. I got you too, Pierre.
All right, now. Pull together.
All right.
All right. Steady. There you go. Yeah. All right. I'll take him on this log. All right, now. Take it easy, Pierre. You're up now. That's it. Lie steady on it a minute now. You get your breath. I'll hold you.
We better get him ashore, Steve. Suppose this jam broke on its own account.
Pierre, put your arm around my neck now. There. Can you stand?
Easy. I almost walk by myself.
Yes, you can. Here, I'll help him. Steve, now careful.
All right.
You're too good man. I think in that water I am gone. I don't see Jeannot. My baby is no more.
Oh, forget it. Watch that rock now. Yeah. Take it easy now. Just a step further. Yeah. There you are. Yeah, we're safe.
Oh. Lie down, Pierre. Hey, Steve, should I go tell the bateau to paddle out and use their cant hooks on that log?
No, I'll shout.
Bateau!
We're going out, Steve.
They'll break up that pile in a few minutes.
Yeah. How do you feel, Pierre?
I am better. I lie here.
Hanks! Steve Hanks!
Well, Wilkes. Hey, what are you doing up here?
Mr. Steele sent me up the river from Stillwater. If you have a big jam, don't break it. Stop the drive.
Well, what's the matter? I'll call the bateau.
Bateau!
By the jam program's broken.
Look at those logs raced now.
Well, why should we have tried to stop the drive, Welch? What's happened?
Why, the water's so high, the boom at Stillwater's broke. The boom, and the logs will be racing right past the mill. There's the whole winter's work for nothing.
The boom at Stillwater was a chain of logs stretched across the river to hold the timber back until the sawmill was ready for it. When it broke, the logs raced on. A few days later, at Stillwater, into the office of the mill, where despairing lumbermen are gathered, Steve Hanks enters.
Hello, Mr. Steele.
Hello, Steve. Take a chair. Sit in on the meeting.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Mr. Hendrick.
Well, what I want to know is, what's this town going to do? How can we last through next winter when every cent we'd counted on is going down this infernal river?
Hanks, I'm trying to tell Mr. Steele that a lot of these logs racing by will pile up on shore further down, get caught in eddies or drift into bays.
Yes, McCusick, but how are you going to get the logs upstream again?
Why get 'em upstream? Take 'em to sawmills downstream.
There aren't any mills close.
Float 'em all the way to market. Float 'em to St. Louis.
St. Louis.
It could be done, Mr. Steele. Make a raft of the logs we can salvage, just as we've made big rafts of dressed lumber. Why, I've floated timber rafts for 2 seasons now.
Logs are different, heavy and tricky.
Yes, but these men know logs, too. McCusick, you try your scheme.
It's crazy.
We'll see. Scout along the San Croix for what timber you can recover. Try to find a practical way to float it. I don't expect any miracles. Steve, will you handle the logs down the Mississippi?
I'll be glad to, Mr. Steele.
You can find a crew. You know the men.
I'll get a crew. I don't know just how many logs we'll get through, but there'll be some arriving in St. Louis.
3 huge rafts were formed, and under Steve Hanks, they started south on the river. The rafts were pulled ahead by tow lines fastened to anchors, which were laid ahead by rowboats and warped in by hand. The San Croix was safe, but dangerous Lake Pepin, with its difficult currents and sudden storms, was what the men feared most. A few days after the start, as the rafts neared the south end of Lake Pepin and safety,
Steve, I don't like the middle of this lake with lightning around.
There's no way we can beach a log raft as long as this one, Pierre.
Yeah. Don't worry, Pierre. This lake gets to raring around, we'll break up and go floating ashore on splinters.
Hey, is that the skiff signaling us?
Yeah.
Wind in the line.
It's getting awful hard pulling this windlass, Steve. The waves are killing us.
They're gonna be higher, so pull.
Steve, we're in an awful bad place for a storm. If we could only speed it up a bit. What's that?
Nothing to scare you. Just a little lake steamboat. Hey, Pierre.
Yeah?
Ring that cowbell you got so they won't run into us.
All
Getting
right.
darker and mischief here.
She's seen us. Say, if we could just scoot for the end of the lake like that boat does.
Hey, that sure would fix us. Ahoy there, steamer! Hey! Hey, Pierre.
Yeah?
Take off your coat and wave it to him.
Yes, I will.
Come close! Yeah, he heard me all right.
How do you want?
Throw us a line! We want a tow!
What?
Can't you see? We ain't got no power of our own on these contraptions. We don't want to lose them in the storm. Can't your little boat pull us?
This ship can tow anything that floats. How much you give me?
$10.
That's a lot of money, Steve.
Well, Franklin Steel will be good for it. It'll get the raft through Lake Pipin.
Hey! That's this line!
Right! Got it! We'll wrap it on the windlass, then.
All right.
Hands away. All right! Go ahead!
Look, they're pulling all 4 of us easy.
Yeah, just in time, too.
once in the river again, the flotilla was caught by the current and floated out onto the majestic sweep of the Mississippi. But Steve Hanks knew all the tricks of the great river, for he had floated rafts of dressed timber down it. About 2 weeks later, on board the lead raft,
Steve, wake up. What's the matter? Hey, where are we? How long have I been sleeping?
You get some sleep first time in 3 days, so I don't like to wake you, but...
Hey, what's that ahead?
I see that big town, so...
St. Louis.
All hands stand by. We're sweeping pretty close to shore, Steve.
Well, let her ride. That first dock is the mill we're to go to.
Look, the folks starting to come down to the shore. Wondering what in heaven's name we're up to, bringing a whole forest on its side down the Mississippi. Stand by, men, to cast anchor.
We win, Steve. We're almost here.
Yeah. Well, we'll all have something to brag about from now on.
But Steve mostly. And he worries always. He have no chance to do something in the world. Now everybody think he do plenty.
It takes men of endurance and hardiness to accomplish a feat like that of Stephen Hanks and his helpers, salvaging thousands of logs and bringing them hundreds of miles to a southern market. They had shown the way for many others to follow. The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont, moves on. Lumber was one of the first basic needs of America. But as the years passed, other vast riches were discovered, especially petroleum deposits. It is 1898, a few miles from the town of Beaumont, Texas. Captain Anthony Lucas of Washington is talking with George Hamill, a Texan.
What are you thinking about, Captain Lucas?
Oh, I don't know as I'm thinking at all, Hamill. Your Texas sun makes me lazy.
I reckon I know how you feel. Sitting out here in this lonely place all day, hearing nothing but the clank of this driller kind of puts me to sleep, too. How'd you happen to come to Texas, Captain?
Why, a young school teacher in Beaumont, Patillo Higgins, got me interested.
Sure, he's been talking about oil since he was knee-high to a hot toad. Got oil on the brain.
Yes, I suppose a lot of the natives around here don't put much faith in him.
Yeah, some of them do. When we heard he was getting a real engineer and geologist down from Washington, we thought you'd just take a quick look around and leave. That's what gets me, Captain. A man like you setting out on this lonely spot day after day.
Well, that's my business, Hamill. Takes patience to prospect for any sort of mineral. And the man who strikes oil west of the Mississippi, well...
Yes, sir. I'm so used to thinking we won't strike oil. Last night I got to wondering what would happen if we did. Folks would flock in here like they did to Pennsylvania, I reckon.
Yeah? What's that?
The engine stopped. Maybe they found something.
Well, here comes your brother Sam in an awful hurry.
Run!
What's the matter?
Run, I say, run for your lives. Come on, come on.
We're coming, but what for?
Yes, what's the matter back there?
Keep running, oil, I think. Water shooting out. Wind the other way. You didn't feel it. There it comes. Look out! Hey, Captain. 500 feet in the air. It's a volcano.
Oh, no, it's a gotcha. But I don't know how we'll ever control it.
This remarkable oil well flowed first 250 barrels an hour, then 500, then 1,000. The oil spread widely in a sinister black lake. People rushed from all over the country to view the phenomenon. On the 8th day, Captain Lucas and his helpers frantically shoveled dirt from one of the embankments planned to hold the oil.
Captain, we're not getting this embankment high enough.
No.
It's going to be overflowed like the others was.
Well, there's nothing we can do but shovel, Hamill. Won't have to keep it up long, thank heavens. The engineers from the Star Oil Company are on the ground now.
Star Oil Company? They send men down here?
Uh-huh.
Why couldn't they, Sam? Everybody says this is the biggest well in the world.
Yes, a regular oil company will know how to control it. I hope they buy it this morning.
Hey, Captain.
Oh, here's Jim, all excited. What is it, Jim?
Hey, Captain, there's more letters for you at the shack, sir.
Oh?
Whole bushel basket full. Reckon the postmaster in the Beaumont's mighty sorry the day this gusher come in.
You opened the letters, Jim?
Yeah, I did. Some of them. All alike. Folks from New Orleans to Maine offering us a way to close the well. Yeah, some of them were right cute about it, too. Wouldn't tell us their idea till we paid them plenty.
Well, I've had some sensible schemes set in at that. But I'd rather an experienced oil company get in here and handle it. I'm alarmed about what would happen if the oil catches fire.
We might as well get burned up as drowned in oil. Here's those engineers.
Oh.
Captain Lucas?
Well, Mr. Eakins. Have you finished your inspection?
Mr. Ross and I have gone over the ground thoroughly, Captain Lucas.
Good.
We've
Looked at the well from as close as we could get.
I estimate it's low at 1,000 barrels right now.
I knew you'd be astonished, gentlemen. I'm ready to talk business anytime you like. My crew can finish this embankment. I'm sorry, Captain Lucas, but your well's too big for any of the established oil companies, and too big.
There's more oil in that well than the whole world could use from now till the end of time.
Yes. The chief market for refined petroleum is kerosene for lamps. Lamps are gradually being replaced by electricity, so...
It's not oil, Captain Lucas. There's more than the world needs. It's a surplus, useless product.
Oh, no, I don't agree with you, sir. I'm only a mining engineer, not a chemist or a physicist, but where the earth has provided a product like petroleum, men will find a use for it. Well, possibly, Captain, possibly, but that's outside our province.
Well, it's been an amazing sight anyway, Captain. Thank you for giving us the opportunity of seeing.
Yes, we have to catch a train north tonight, so we have to be on our way. Well, but, goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, Captain.
Goodbye.
Well, that's too darn bad, Captain. Say, you look right sorry about it.
Oh, Jim, I don't know what to do.
Thing for us to do, Captain, is to show them they're wrong. Maybe we can get this well under control ourselves.
You got any way worked out how to do it, Hamill?
I've been so busy building embankments I couldn't think much about it. Seems to me if we rigged up a kind of a carriage that'd anchor a gate valve against upward movement, we could divert the oil through a pipe.
Yeah, but remember, you got to launch that apparatus against a column of solid oil.
Well, at least we can try it. Hamill, you quit shoveling and take enough men to build whatever you want. But hurry.
Hamill and his helpers worked valiantly, and Hamill's gate valve plan finally stemmed the flow of oil. But by this time, the dangerous Black Lake, 300,000 barrels of oil, had oozed relentlessly across the Texas prairie. In spite of the danger, thousands of prospectors arrived from everywhere, were drilling for oil. Early in March of that year, as the men at work were building embankments...
Well, Captain, we ought to start operating our well pretty soon. Folks all around us here will strike oil and get into the market ahead of us.
I know, Hamill, but we've got to figure out what to do with this surface oil first.
You just let your own affairs go while you worry about what might happen. What's up?
Fire!
Come on, Captain, we better run. The oil flame won't stay long where it is.
Yes, this is the end of everyone around here that quits on the prairie.
We can't help it. Come on.
Wait. We'll build a backfire.
You can't discourage a volcano, Captain. It's coming fast.
Yeah, and if you fire this end of a pond, Captain, you'll be sure to lose all of the oil. What are you doing? Building a fire on this oil. Light your handkerchief, Hamill.
We're going to lose every drop of what we work for, Captain.
All right, man. Do you want all of Texas to go up in smoke? Stand back. This oil is going. The wind.
What'll happen when those two flames meet?
Well, let's pray they explode. They're going to meet. Hold your ears.
As the two towering walls of flame met, the explosion threw blazing oil high into the air and rocked the earth for miles around. And where the rich oil lake had been, lay only blackened, charred masses of waste. When this waste had cooled, men ventured into the field to hunt for their wells. A few days later, at the edge of the field, Hamill returns to report to Captain Lucas.
Well, what's the bad news, Hamill? I can face anything now.
Well's perfectly safe, Captain.
What? That doesn't seem possible, Hamill.
Well, I don't know about other folks' wells, because they may have been kind of careless about their rigging. But our pipes and gate valve are in place. Go and look for yourself.
Oh, I hope you're right, Hamill.
Yeah, Captain, you shouldn't just pace up and down here day and night. Fire's over. A lot of damage, but it wasn't your fault. You got an oil well to run. It's been standing around long enough.
Yes, but look at those ruined black fields.
Yeah, people swarming on them thicker than ants. Geologists, prospectors.
Yes, curiosity seekers and wildcatters, probably.
How do you do, gentlemen? I don't want to intrude, but I spot you for oil men.
Oh, you do.
I'm offering you the last desirable lot left in this district. $10,000 an acre cash.
Wait a minute. How much?
Lots are going from 10 to 100,000 an acre. Now, if this lot was anywhere near Spindletop, I'd have to charge you 100,000. But, gentlemen, this whole region is soaked in oil.
How do you know?
Well, sir, The only reason any of us know is because a man named Lucas, a few people like him, had spunk enough to keep nosing around here till they found oil. The rest of us can now enjoy the benefits without working so hard.
Listen, man, you're talking to Captain Lucas, who drills Spindletop.
Captain Lucas? Well, pardon me.
Yeah.
A great thing you've done for us, sir. Pardon me.
Yeah.
Hamill, is this land still bringing prices that high?
You worried about burning up Texas, Captain? Well, that little fire that licked up 300,000 barrels of oil, just advertising. From now on, this state really starts to work.
The Western oil fields fulfilled the expectations of patient, enduring men like Anthony Lucas. The expansion of American industry, especially the rise of the automobile business, put to work this great mineral wealth. Men of strength and hardiness developed America's natural resources. They deserve a special place of honor in the cavalcade of America. Everyone who uses an automobile or tractor or an oil furnace is a consumer of petroleum. Therefore, the intelligent national use of oil is an important matter to practically everyone. We all should do everything possible to conserve this tremendously useful natural resource. The research chemist has helped conserve our supplies of petroleum by developing more efficient ways of using it. The chief use of petroleum is for motor fuel, and the processes used in refining crude oil today yield nearly twice as much motor fuel as those of a few years ago. Chemists of the oil industry found a way to crack the heavy molecules of petroleum in a manner that increased the production of gasoline by billions of gallons every year without any greater drain on our oil reserves. Other chemical achievements have contributed toward making gasoline and lubricating oil more efficient and more economical. DuPont, for instance, has developed in collaboration with the oil industry some remarkably effective chemicals called antioxidants. These chemicals curb the natural tendency of cracked gasolines to oxidize and form gummy compounds. They are so efficient that 1 pound is enough to stabilize 50,000 pounds of gasoline. You, as a motor car owner, gain a direct benefit from these antioxidants, for they check the formation of gum which otherwise would foul the working parts of your engine, wasting its power and preventing its efficient operation. DuPont chemists working with the petroleum industry have also developed a number of products called extreme pressure lubricant bases. Oils and greases containing these products last longer and give better protection. Extreme pressure lubricant bases create tougher oil films which stick to metal surfaces better, thus saving wear and tear on cylinders, gears, and other working parts. Chemical products such as these serve you so inconspicuously that you are hardly aware of their existence, but they stand as one more illustration of the DuPont pledge: better things for better living through chemistry. Resourcefulness will be the title of the program next week at this same time when DuPont again presents The Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Chevrolet showroom across America. More and more people are looking at the car that's just out and just wonderful. The 1957 Chevrolet. Some are looking at Chevrolet's daring new front-end styling, the bold new grille, big, beautiful sloping hood. Some are looking at Chevy's handsome new rear end with high fashion fenders and fresh new design. Everyone's enthused about the new color-fashioned interiors and the sleek command post instrument panel. And the biggest news of all, Chevrolet's fuel injection. The greatest engine advance...
HOJO Radio. We're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Remember, a Hallmark card will best express your perfect taste, your thoughtfulness. The makers of Hallmark greeting cards bring you the true and exciting story of a 3-year search for criminals conducted by a one-man posse. Our star is one of America's favorite actors, Wallace Beery. For more than a third of a century, quality has been a habit with the makers of Hallmark cards. They have the pride of craftsmen in their name, Hallmark, Hallmark. That's why Hallmark cards are the kind of cards you can be proud to send, proud to receive. So when you want to send the very finest, look on the back for those 3 identifying words, a Hallmark card. Those 3 words, a Hallmark card, are your assurance of finest quality. They tell your friends you cared enough to send the very best. To be doubly sure, always look in the back of the card you choose for those 3 identifying words, a Hallmark card. Now to preside over our program this evening, here's our regular master of ceremonies, the young Broadway actor and producer, Richard Calmer.
Thank you, Tom Shirley, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The most popular yarn in America is the Western Manhunt, the armed posse and the villain. Tonight, we have a twist on it that makes one of the greatest true stories you ever heard. And, of course, the makers of Hallmark greeting cards bring you the one man to play it, that battle-scarred, two-fisted veteran of much action and few words, Wallace Beery.
Thank you, Dick. That introduction, I guess, saves me from saying anything.
Oh, on the contrary, you talk now and shoot later, Wally.
Not on this show. Anything I could say, a Hallmark greeting card could say it better. I'll say one thing, I do like this story. I like any story that shows what a red-blooded American can do against a bunch of slick crooks.
Oh, so do I. You know, Wally, everybody who's seen a movie knows you, but few people know all the things that you've done besides movies. Is it true you once tended elephants in a circus?
Tended? I was head man. Bull man, they call me. I got mighty fond of those elephants, too.
Was it tough?
Not exactly tough, no. I read something in the Reader's Digest a while ago that just about described it. It said a man is as big as the things that annoy him. Those elephants made me a pretty big guy, huh?
And you still are, Wally. Now the makers of Hallmark greeting cards present, on the Reader's Digest radio edition, Wallace Beery in One Man Posse. They were sitting in the lobby of a large hotel in Dallas, Texas. And even though you didn't know them, you could tell they'd been married for years. Frank was a big, leathery sort of a man whose moderate success as a ranch owner was apparent from the tip of his spotless, broad-brimmed hat to the heels of his low-polished boots. His wife, Mattie, was his counterpart, a thin, neat woman who somehow managed to look frail and rugged at the same time.
Taking Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins, please.
Frank.
Mm-hmm.
We hadn't ought to sit here in the lobby all the time.
Oh, gosh sakes, why not?
Well, it don't look nice, just sitting here staring at people like we was never in a hotel before.
Oh, don't be silly, Ma. I like staring at people when I come to town. It's a change from looking at the cattle all the time.
Oh, I know, Frank, but we stick out so. I bet everybody in the hotel knows we don't get in much. We look like hicks.
Well, what are we?
Hicks.
Well, then let's enjoy ourselves.
Oh, for gosh sakes, Frank, you dropped your wallet.
Where?
Right down there at your feet. Can't you see it?
Oh, yeah. Wait. Oh, gosh, that ain't my wallet, Mattie.
No?
No. Here, it belongs to a gent named Stetson. H.A. Stetson. Must be $200 or $300 in this here wallet.
Well, now, don't count it, Frank. Just give it back.
To who?
That Stetson man. Didn't you say that's what his name is?
Yeah, but how am I going to find him? According to this card here, he don't live in Dallas.
Well, he probably has a room here at the hotel. Why don't you... Frank, what are you doing?
Oh, gosh, I'm just looking at a couple of these cards. Doggone it. Hey, Matty, this here Stetson fellow's real big potatoes.
What?
Member of the United Brokers, the Feed Exchange, the 200 Club, and he's bonded for $100,000.
Frank, will you stop being such a nosy body?
Oh, well, for Pete's sake, he's a lodge brother of mine.
Now, give me that wallet.
Wait a minute, mate. I'll take it back.
You'll take it back right now. Oh, Mr. Bell, Captain.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a H.A. Stetson living here at this hotel?
Yes, ma'am. Room 704.
Well, what are you waiting for, Frank? Go on upstairs and give that man his wallet back.
Oh, I'm going, Ma.
And Frank.
Yeah.
Take the matchstick out of your mouth.
Yeah?
Hello, Stetson. This is Curly. I'm calling from downstairs the lobby.
Yeah, what's the story, Curly?
So far, so good. You fell for that wallet gag, hook, line, and sinker. But I don't know if you'll go for the rest of it. He looks too honest.
That's the way I like him. Where is he now?
He's on his way up to your room. You better play him careful, Stetson. If this guy is right, we can take him for plenty.
Leave it to me. I'll have a meeting out of my hand. Yes, sir, I'm simply bowled over by your honesty, Mr. Norfleet.
Oh, it was nothing, Mr. Stetson.
Oh, but it was. You realize how hard it is to find an honest man these days? Why, 99 people out of 100 would have kept this wallet and never said another word about it.
Oh, shucks. I couldn't take nothing that didn't belong to me.
Well, of course, I feel the same way, but how many people are there like us?
Well, everybody must be like that.
Oh, very few. I'll tell you that right now. I've been in business a good many years, my friend, and you'd be surprised how... Yes?
Excuse me, sir, but New York is waiting for your order on Allied Gold and Oil.
Oh, yes. Buy 1,000 shares at the market, Henry.
Yes, sir. And, Mr. Peabody is on the phone from Chicago.
Well, I can't talk to anybody now. Tell him I'll call him back in 5 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Oh, before I forget it, will you take this little gift as a reward for returning my wallet? It isn't very much, but $100 can come in mighty handy once in a while.
Oh, I couldn't take any money from you, Mr. Stetson.
Oh, please, now, don't be foolish. I want you to have it.
Oh, heck no, I don't need any money. I ain't the richest man in the world, but I got 10,000 acres of mighty fine ranch land. My cattle is as good as any that you find in Texas.
Well, if you won't take the money, I'll have to show my appreciation some other way. You ever bought any stock, Mr. Norfleet?
I always buy the best cattle in Texas.
No, I mean corporation stock, the kind you buy and sell on the market. You see, I'm a member of a private exchange, and I think that I can cut you in on a little deal that'll net you a nice profit.
Well,
Of course, you wouldn't have to put up any money. I'll pay for the stock, and if it goes up, we'll just split the winnings. What do you say?
Oh, I couldn't ask you to...
Nonsense. Why deprive me of the pleasure of repaying a kindness? I've done this sort of thing lots of times.
Well, doggone it, Mr. Stetson. This is the first time it's ever happened to me.
Hello, Norfleet. This is Stetson.
Well, howdy, Mr. Stetson. I wasn't expecting to hear...
Great news, Norfleet. I've got great news for you. Allied Gold and Oil went up 4 points at the opening.
Is that good?
I'll say it's good. You've got a profit of nearly $20,000.
What? $20,000 in American money?
Well, of course.
Well, gosh almighty, I didn't know you was going to make that much for me. Honest, Mr. Stetson, I can't let
Don't be silly. It's all done. I just called up to find out if you wanted to sell the stock now and cash in. How about it? You want to take your profit?
Well, sure, if they'll give it to me.
Oh, they'll give it to you all right. You come on up to my room and we'll go down to the broker's office together.
You bet, Mr. Stetson. I'll be right up with you in 2 minutes. Hey, Ma, we struck it rich. That man I was telling you about, Mr. Stetson,
Yes?
He just made us $20,000.
Goodness sake.
All on account of my giving him back his wallet. You see, Ma,
Honesty is the best policy.
I'm terribly sorry we can't let you have the money just yet, Mr. Norfleet. You see, this is a private exchange. And if you were a member of it...
Well, confound it, Stevens, what difference does it make whether he's a member or not? I'm a member.
But, Mr. Stetson, you bought the stock in Mr. Norfleet's name.
Well, I guess that means I ain't entitled to the money, huh?
Well, no, sir. You're entitled to it, all right, Mr. Norfleet. As long as you show us proof that you could have paid your losses if the stock had gone down instead of up.
How?
By, bringing us $20,000 in cash.
Why, this is an outrage. $20,000 in cash.
Oh, now, don't get all riled up about it, Mr. Stetson.
Well, it's the principle of the thing.
Mr. Stetson, please. We'll do this for the protection of our members. After all, Mr. Norfleet is an utter stranger to me.
Sure I am. I understand. Gosh, I ain't got no complaints.
Well, if you think you can raise the money...
Oh, I reckon I can raise it all right. I'll call up down home and get my bank to transfer my deposit up to a bank here. The only thing is now, it might take a couple of hours to get it straightened out.
That's perfectly all right, Mr. Norfleet. We'll be ready for you whenever you have the money.
17, 18, 19, 20. There you are, Mr. Stetson. $20,000.
Well, I just think it's a shame that you had to go to all this trouble, Mr. Norfleet, and believe me, when I get back to New York, I'm going to raise the dickens about it.
Oh, no, you don't have to do that. Calling up a bank wasn't no trouble. Heck, I'm going to make a lot more out of this deal than I deserve anyway.
Oh, nonsense.
You know, Mr. Stetson, this will be the first time I ever earned a nickel without lifting a finger to do it. Here, look at my hands.
What do you mean?
Well, look at it. You see them calluses and lines and cuts all around? Well, that's the way I had to make my money before I met you. Now I'm going to get $20,000 just for being your friend, guys.
Well, I like doing things for people, Norfleet. Especially somebody like you.
Mr. Stetson.
Yes, good heavens, Henry, what is it?
Allied Gold and Oil has gone up another 5 points, sir.
5 points? Norfleet, you know what this means? You've made yourself another $25,000.
Jumping Jehoshaphat, 25...
Is that a fact? You bet it's a fact. You're cleaning up. But the only trouble is you may have to raise another $25,000 in cash.
Huh?
Well, you see, I mean, if you don't, that fool Stevens won't let you have your money.
Well, I'll get the cash, Mr. Stetson. I'll raise it if I have to borrow it from all my friends.
You think you can?
Oh, for a couple of days I can, sure. But you know, if you make any more money from me, Mr. Stetson, I'm going to go broke.
It ain't right, Frank. It ain't right to go around borrowing money from your friends just so you can make a big killing in stocks and bonds.
No, now I got to borrow it. If I don't, why, I'll lose all that extra money.
Well, why don't you quit where you are instead of going into debt?
Oh, you don't understand finances, Mo.
Maybe not, but I understand people. Ed Mowbray's worked hard for his money, just as hard as you. So has Lem Battle. And it ain't fair to take it from him.
But I ain't taking it, Mo. I'm giving it right back the same day, with something extra to boot.
Well, maybe that's all right, then.
Of course it is. Don't you see, Matty? Mr. Stetson, he's a friend of mine. I can't tell him I don't want his money after he's been so nice to me. Things like this only happen once in a lifetime.
All right. Do what you think is best, Frank. But I'll be mighty glad when it's all over.
$25,000. That's exactly right, Mr. Norfleet. Now you just wait right here in your room, and I'll be back in half an hour with double your money.
Gosh sakes, Mo, we better find out what happened to him. He's been gone for 3 hours.
Maybe he's been killed or something. You sure he ain't in his room?
No, ma'am. Mr. Stetson isn't registered in this hotel anymore. He checked out over an hour ago.
You had any luck, officer?
Oh, not a trace of him.
Well, what about that place they said was the broker's office?
Nobody there. I'm afraid it's the old story, Mr. Norfleet. The old con game. The whole thing was a frame-up to take your money.
Well, I just can't believe it. It don't seem possible. Why, he had such a friendly way of looking at you and making you feel good just to be around him.
I know. That's the way they all look.
Gosh, $45,000. Almost half of it belongs to someone else.
Well, we may get some of it back for you, Mr. Norfleet, if we ever catch up with him.
If? Doggone it, Ma. Oh, don't look at me like that. I ain't going to cry.
Don't feel so bad, Frank. We all make mistakes sometimes.
Yeah, it ain't only the money, Matty. It's in here where my pride is. Why, I thought he was my best friend.
Well, now, you keep mum about the whole thing. And
Mum, I'm going to tell everybody I know about this. I'm going to shout it out so the whole world will hear it.
Well, it'll be easier to catch them if you don't say a word.
That ain't the way that I see it, officer. I'm going to warn people against fellows like him. I want to tell them there ain't no way to get rich quick that's really on the level. And what's more, I want them crooks to know how riled up I am. Because it'll worry them to know that I'm going to get them.
You're going to get them?
Yes, you bet I'm going after them. I'll run them down if I have to chase them halfway around the world. Every one of them thieving bandits is going to go to jail if I have to catch them and put them in there myself. What do you say, Ma?
Go get him, Frank. Go get him.
Wallace Beery will be back in just a moment with the second act of tonight's drama, presented by the makers of Hallmark greeting cards from the pages of the Reader's Digest, America's favorite magazine. Now, here's Dick Calmer.
Long ago in New England, there lived a cabinet maker of unusual skill. One day, a friend entered his shop as he was finishing a beautiful highboy. Its hand-rubbed finish had a deep, rich glow, and the delicate carving was truly the work of a master. The friend, lost in admiration, finally spoke. "Jonathan, you put so much into this piece, a man would swear it had a soul." Jonathan blew a speck of dust from a drawer front. "That's the only way I could make it," he answered. "You see, it carries my name." Well, that's the way the folks who make Hallmark greeting cards feel about the name Hallmark. They're not just making cards. They're making Hallmark cards to express cheer and happiness as thoughtfully and sincerely as you would greet a friend yourself. That's why Hallmark cards say what you want to say, the way you want to say it.
For more than a third of a century, quality has been a habit with the makers of Hallmark cards. That's why discriminating folks look in the back of the cards they send and receive for the three identifying words, a Hallmark card. Those three words, a Hallmark card, are your assurance of finest quality. They tell your friends you cared enough to send the very best. Now back to Wallace Beery and One Man Posse.
National press report. Frank Norfleet organizes one-man posse to apprehend confidence men who swindled him out of $45,000. Swindlers used fake brokerage office and phony stock deal to con Norfleet, who has already begun nationwide search. Description of the four criminals is as follows.
What makes you think we'll find him in California, Frank?
Well, I don't know, Ma. Something that skinny little Secretary Stetson said once about having a place out there.
Oh?
Stetson looked at him awfully funny, and he shut right up like a clam.
Well, he didn't say where in California, did he?
No.
Well, California's a pretty big state.
I know, Ma, but we got to start looking for him someplace, so we might as well start there. Heck, they got the whole world to hide in it.
Yeah, that's just what I was thinking. You remember what they looked like, Frank?
I remember what that Stetson looked like. I'll never forget his face.
But I mean, could you describe him to anybody? Just so as we could tell people who we were looking for.
You bet. I could draw a picture of that Stetson fella, but I don't know how I'd make out with the others.
Well, now, let's see. The secretary was kind of thin and mousy looking.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the man at the broker's office was sort of short and chubby.
That's right, Ma. And the fourth fella was, the only thing I can remember about him was his curly hair.
Curly, chubby, and mousy. Not much to go on, is it, Frank?
Well, don't worry, Matty. We'll find them. We'll run down them clues just like them detectives
But
do.
you're not a detective, Frank. You won't know which clue to follow.
Well, so much the better. If I don't know which clue to follow, I'll just have to follow them all.
Curly,
Chubby.
mousy.
And a fellow that looks like Uncle Sam without a beard.
Dark, wavy hair.
Short and fat.
Skinny.
And a friendly-looking man with a mole right here.
Wavy hair.
Short and fat.
Skinny.
And a friendly-looking man with a mole right here. You see, Sheriff, we're looking for a skinny, mousy-looking fellow that he might pass for somebody's secretary.
Yeah, we got a tip that him and the curly-headed one was working the swindle alone now.
Skinny and Curly. Who told you I had them locked up here?
Locked up where?
Right here in this jail. At least I think they're the ones. They try to pull the same stunt on a prospect here in town. Only the prospect read that story of yours in the papers and reported them.
Doggone, that story did some good after all. Where are they now, Sheriff?
In the bullpen. Come on, I'll show them to you.
Come on, Matty.
If you can identify these two birds, it'll be just that much easier to get them convicted.
Northfleet.
There they are.
No. Look, don't give us away. We'll help you if you don't.
That's one of them, Sheriff.
And there's the other.
No, not me. I never saw you before.
That's him, all right. If he tries tonight, I'll go in there.
No, don't let him in here.
That's enough. You don't have to do any more, Mr. Northfleet. Just identifying them is enough.
All right, Sheriff. Anything you say. Well, this makes 2 down and 2 to go. He's in Florida, Matty. Them crooks said he was. And if Stetson's in Florida, I'm going to find him before he goes anyplace else.
Frank, we've looked at every hotel lobby, beach house, and orangeade stand from Key West to St. Petersburg. How are we ever going to catch that man?
I got an idea, Ma. He found me once because I look like a sucker.
Yeah?
Now, if I was to look like a sucker again, maybe I'd find him, huh? You bet I'm interested in a quick way to make $1. My name is Appleby, mister. I've got $50,000 to invest in any kind of a proposition that's safe and sound.
Well, come with me, Mr. Appleby. I know just the man who can take care of you. Got a chump for you, Stetson. He's waiting in the next room.
Yes? What'd you tell him?
Real estate. You're the biggest broker in Florida this time, and the guy's got $50,000 to buy up property.
What's his name?
Appleby. Judd Appleby. The biggest chump you ever saw.
Big?
Yeah.
Let's have a look at this bird.
Sure, come on. He's right outside in the office. See him? He's looking at that map on the wall.
Confound it, Fulton. That's not Appleby. That's Northfleet. I'm getting out of here the back way.
Hey, Stetson! Stetson! You calling me, Mr.
No,
Appleby?
you sawed-off little runt. Where's that man you were talking to? Where'd he go?
I wasn't talking to anybody. The fellow I wanted you to meet isn't in today.
Don't you lie to me. That was Stetson.
You must be mistaken, sir. The man I wanted you to...
He must have slipped out the back way and dropped into one of those cars. I'll never catch up with him now.
Frank, what happened? Did you find Stetson?
Yeah, I found him all right, but doggone it, he got away. It's a shame, Ma, a crying shame. I can't think of anything worse than having to come home and sell off this cattle, but I reckon it's got to be done.
Yeah, I reckon so, Frank. the only way we can pay up our debts and get things back in shape again. We've been away from home too long.
Yeah. Seems like we've been away forever. Gosh, Matty, just think of the money that we've spent hightailing all over this country after them there crooks.
Well, maybe we won't have to spend any more now that the police has caught up with another one of them swindlers.
Yeah, but I swore I was going to get that Mr. Stinson. And I ain't given up till I do.
Why, Frank, why don't you take it easy for a while and let the police go after Stetson?
Because he don't bother the police like he bothers me. I know they'll find him sooner or later, but all the time he's free, I got him sticking right here in my craw.
Oh, Frank, don't let's go away from home anymore.
I gotta go, Ma. I'd go plumb loco just sitting here knowing that he's still laughing up his sleeve at me.
But it ain't fair to waste your whole life on a man that ain't worth dirt. Suppose you never catch him.
Then I'll never stop looking.
Oh, Frank, it's so darn nice to have you home again. Can't you forget about him and stay a while?
You stay, Ma. I gotta keep moving.
Well, if that's the way you feel about it, I'll have to let you go. Only
what?
I'm going with you.
Gosh, you tired, Ma?
Oh, yes. I feel like I'd walked all over the state of Florida twice.
Well, let's step off there and grab a bite to eat before we look some more. I'm hungry enough to eat a side of beef.
You look it.
Come on. We can get a great big meal in here for 65 cents.
Oh, how do you know so much about it?
Well, I was in here yesterday when you was... That's him, Ma. There he is, sitting right at that table. Stetson!
Careful, Frank.
Stetson, you ain't going to get away from me this time. What? Stay where you are, Heartbreak. Give a bone in your body.
Help! Police! This man is trying to hold me up.
Stop that noise, Stetson.
He's a bandit, a gunman. Grab him quick.
I got him. Yeah, let go of me. Let go, you crazy galoot. You let him get away. Stetson, come here.
He won't go very far. Stop where you are, Mr. Stetson.
Good Lord, a gun.
You bet it's a gun. And if you don't get your hands up, I'll start shooting.
No, don't shoot.
Don't worry, Mr. Stetson. She won't have to now. Well, you better call up the police, Ma. Then we'll be going home. There ain't nothing sticking in my craw anymore. Gosh, it's fun sitting in the lobby of a hotel again, ain't it, Ma?
Sure is, Frank. Only I hope you don't find no more wallets around.
Gosh, no. Catching up with that rascal cost us pretty near 3 years of our lives. You know it was worth it, Ma, every bit.
Yeah, I reckon it was, in a way. Still, I don't understand why you had to catch him yourself, Frank.
Heck, the government shouldn't have to do everything for a man. Besides, some things are private matters.
Thank you, Wallace Berry. That was a wonderful performance. Remember, when you want to greet a friend, send a Hallmark card. For whatever the occasion, a Hallmark card will say what you want to say the way you want to say it. So always look in the back of the card you choose for those 3 identifying words, a Hallmark card. Like the word sterling on silver, those 3 words, a Hallmark card, are your assurance of finest quality. They tell your friends you cared enough to send the very best.
You're cordially invited to be with us again next week at the same time for another fine dramatic program brought to you by the makers of Hallmark greeting cards. If you enjoyed tonight's show, won't you please tell your friends about it and ask them also to tune in for next week's program sponsored by Hallmark greeting cards. At that time, you will hear a story of intrigue and danger. The true story of a young American agent at Casablanca, and our guest will be the young American actor, Robert Mitchum.
made by arrangement with Metro Goldwyn Mayer, producers of The Yearling, and the new murder mystery, Lady in the Lake. One Man Posse was dramatized by Robert Sloan from the Reader's Digest, America's favorite magazine. The Hallmark program was directed by Mark Slope, with music especially composed by Jack Miller. This is Tom Shirley speaking for the makers of Hallmark greeting cards and for your friendly Hallmark dealer. You'll find a wide selection of Hallmark cards at America's finest shops and stores. Remember, a Hallmark card will best express your perfect taste, your thoughtfulness. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
If you want to relieve headache, neuritis, or neuralgia pains quickly, try Anacin. The relief it brings is incredibly fast. Here's why. Anacin is made like a doctor's prescription, contains not just one, but a combination of medically active and proved ingredients. Get Anacin from your druggist in easy-to-take tablet form. Keep it handy. And then next time you have a headache pain or suffer pain of neuritis or neuralgia, take Anacin tablets. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Now, Anacin, the tablet thousands of physicians and dentists recommend for fast relief of pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia, and heat, the liniment that's strong yet does not burn, present Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks Transcribed. But first, believe anything you like about what this or that way to relieve pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia will do for you. But there is one important fact you can't get away from, and that is thousands of users of Anacin have been introduced to this remarkable product through their own physicians or dentists. These people know how incredibly fast and effectively Anacin acts to relieve pain. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Next time you suffer from the pain of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, don't wait for relief. Try Anacin. You'll be delighted with these tablets' incredibly fast action. Try Anacin on this guarantee. If the first few Anacin tablets do not give you all the relief you want, as fast as you want it, return the unused portion and your money will be refunded. All drug counters have Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. I'll repeat the name for you, Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Most female teachers at Madison High School think of Mr. Boynton, the bashful biologist, as an extremely handsome, virile, irresistible individual. But our Miss Brooks, who teaches English there, can take him with a grain of salt.
In fact, I could take him with a whole spoonful. But why waste salt on a fellow who's too shy to toss in a little pepper now and then? Last Friday at breakfast, I foolishly provoked a discussion of the matter with my landlady. Honestly, Mrs. Davis, he's more attentive to his animals. Why, yesterday he hardly noticed me because he took his dog to school for the day. It doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. What can a dog learn in one measly day?
Serves me right for mentioning it. May I have some toast, please?
Oh, here you are, dear. It's like I've always said. If dogs could learn things as quickly as cats, this would be a much better world to live in.
For whom?
No, I'm serious. Take our cat Minerva. For the past week, I've been teaching her mathematics, and she's become a whiz at it.
Mathematics?
Just you wait and see. Minerva! Tell me quickly now, how much is 2 and 2? Ah, that's a good girl. Well, I'll gather up the dishes now.
Just a minute. 2 and 2 equals meow?
Certainly. There are 4 letters in meow, aren't there? That's her way of telling me that the answer is 4. 2 meows equal 8. 3 meows equal 12, and so on. Oh, it's funny, though. She isn't so hot on the odd numbers.
Look, Mr. Davis, I started this conversational maze with the simple statement that Mr. Boynton brought his dog to school yesterday.
Well, Connie, then it's simple.
What's simple?
You should do something to show Mr. Boynton how much you love animals.
Like what?
Well, why didn't you take Minerva to school with you today?
Oh, let's not be ridiculous, Mrs. Davis. I couldn't possibly take Minerva to... Well, come to think of it, Mr. Boynton is extremely fond of cats. It might make a hit at that. Do you think she'd behave herself in my classroom?
Of course she would. She can stretch out on the seat cushion I ordered for your classroom.
Seat cushion?
You mentioned how trying it is, sitting on that hard chair all day. So I thought I'd surprise you.
Oh, that's very sweet of you, Mrs. Davis.
Don't mention it. I mailed a letter last night telling the store where to send it, along with another note to the place where I ordered Victor's gift.
Your brother Victor?
Yes. He's every bit as fond of animals as Mr. Boynton is. That's why I bought one for him yesterday.
Oh, that's nice, Mrs. Davis. What did you get him?
A cow.
A cow?
Yes. It's a female.
Those are the best kinds. Why on earth would you
like... just moved into a little farmhouse on the edge of town, Connie. It's only a 15-minute drive from here. By and by, he'll be adding more livestock, of course. But right now, with just the one cow, I figured he'd have his hands full.
Well, if he plays his cards right. Well, I'd better dash off to school, Mrs. Davis. I'll have to use all my powers of persuasion to get Mr. Conklin's permission to take Minerva into class with me.
All right, dear. Just put Minerva into this valise I bought for her at the pet shop. It's a cat carrier. You might leave the lid open for her, though.
Oh, that won't be necessary. There are holes in the side through which she can breathe. In you go, Minerva. Here, I'll give you a hand. Oh, that's what I like about Minerva. She's so polite. Whenever you help her out, she always says 4.
You may be principal of this school, Osgood Conklin, but as long as I am head of the Board of Education, you will take orders from me. Is that clear?
Quite clear, Mr. Stone. Crystal clear. Couldn't be clearer. You are also...
Silence!
My lips are sealed.
Why, when I saw that dog running loose outside the biology lab yesterday, I was shocked beyond words. You know that animals aren't allowed on school property, Osgood. How did it get in here? Answer me.
Well, I haven't the slightest idea, sir.
Let's make certain that no dogs invade this school today. First, you will make an early inspection tour of all classrooms. Then I want you to post a guard at the front door throughout the day.
But, sir, why commission someone to do a job for which I myself am ideally suited? I'll keep a weather eye open, sir. You may be sure no animal will get past me. Come in.
Good morning, Mr. Conklin. Oh, hello, Mr. Stone.
Good morning, Miss Brooks. Are you, going somewhere?
Going some... Oh, this valise. If I may ask your permission, Mr. Conklin.
Permission for what?
Well, you'll see as soon as I open the bag. It'll just take me a minute. Excuse me, Mr. Stone.
Go right ahead. Glad you dropped in, Miss Brooks. Perhaps you can shed some light on the identity of the culprit who dared to bring an animal into this school yesterday.
An animal, Mr. Stone?
Specifically, a dog. When I saw it romping around outside the biology lab, I came in here to report the incident to Mr. Conklin. When I returned to the spot, it had vanished.
Good. Some of those spots stay on forever. I'm afraid I can't be of much help to you, Mr. Stone. You see, mine is an English class, and I'm not one of those who are, I should say, in the habit of hanging around other labs. The labs of others, I mean, so I couldn't really shed any light on the identity of which the dog belonged to who. Who?
And exactly how long have you had this English class, Miss Brooks?
You bet. Well, please forgive my faulty syntax, Mr. Stone. The thought of a beast on the premises has frazzled my nerves a bit. Well, goodbye now.
One moment. You were going to open that bag, remember?
Bag? What bag? Oh, the bag! Oh, well, you really wouldn't want to look at what's in this bag, sir. It's nothing but...
What was that?
I said I'll run along now and meow. Meow, that's a new expression some of the kids use. It's real cool, I think. Meow. Instead of saying goodbye, they say meow. Silly, isn't it? Sometimes I stretch it out with a little western drawl. Well, meow now, Mr. Stone. Meow, Mr. Conklin. Meow.
Now, that was mighty peculiar behavior. She galloped out of here like a frightened antelope.
Yes, and it's my guess that right now she and her western drawl are loping over to the old bunkhouse in Mr. Boynton's lab. Oh, hello there, Miss Brooks.
Howdy. Please sit down, Mr. Boynton. We've got a little palavering to do.
Well, can it wait, Miss Brooks? I was just on my way to the cloakroom to feed Geraldine.
Geraldine?
You know, my dog. She's a boxer.
And if Mr. Conklin drops in, she'd better come out fighting. That's what I came to warn you about.
Warn me?
Yes, he's on an anti-animal kick. Mr. Stone happened to see Geraldine in the hall yesterday, and he was furious. Luckily, he doesn't know who her owner is yet.
Gosh, I guess I should have asked Mr. Conklin's permission. Oh, but there's little chance of my dog being discovered in here, Miss Brooks. Mr. Stone rarely comes into my lab. The same goes for Mr. Conklin.
Oh, well, then maybe my cat can hide out here for the day.
Your cat?
Yeah, I'll let her out of the bag. I certainly wouldn't want Mr. Conklin to find out I'm a cat rustler. Out you come, Minerva. You won't mind taking care of her for me, will you, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, not at all. Come here, baby.
All righty. Oh, you mean her.
I'm crazy about cats, Miss Brooks. Why, the minute I see one, I can't resist nestling it in my arms and stroking its little head.
Meow. And Mrs. Davis ordered a seat cushion sent to my class today, Miss Boynton. I'll bring it over so that Minerva can stretch out in comfort.
Oh, that'll be dandy. I saw Mrs. Davis at the movies last night, and she told me about her brother Victor's farmhouse and that she's buying him a cow. I just love cows, don't you?
Madly. Oh, I love all animals, Mr. Boynton.
You know, sometimes I get to thinking about my childhood days on Dad's farm, Miss Brooks. Oh, I miss those days a lot. I hope Victor asks me out to his farm someday.
We can both go out someday. Some night, I mean. Some night when Victor isn't home. We can stroll in the meadow, hand in hand, with the moonlight pouring down.
That sounds pretty thrilling. You think Victor would let me milk his cow?
We can both milk her. You take the left side, and I'll take the right side, and I'll be homogenized before you. Oh, great. Speaking of milk, has evidently whipped up Minerva's appetite. Steady, Minerva.
Mr. Conklin.
Yikes.
Addie. I hope you'll forgive this intrusion, Boynton. I just dropped into... Oh, hello, little pussycat. I say I just dropped in to make certain there are no dogs in here. Not that I suspect you, Boynton, but I just thought I'd take a look around. Well, I don't see any dogs on the premises. No dogs at all. Sorry to trouble you. I'll just run along now. And hello, little pussycat!
I have it. Let's all play charades. I mean, there's still a few minutes before first class, so just for kicks.
That will do. Out with it now. To whom does this cat belong?
Cat? What cat? Oh, the pussycat. It's quite a pussycat, isn't it? Silky. It's a girl cat, no doubt. Mr. Boynton and I hadn't noticed her.
Oh, that's right. She must have strayed in, sir. Nonsense. Miss Brooks, I'm beginning to understand those phantom meows I heard in my office. Now then.
What are you doing to the cat's collar, Mr. Conklin?
I'm removing it, Miss Brooks. It'll be an easy matter to determine the person who owns her by simply checking the number on this license tag. That person, needless to say, is a dead duck. Goodbye, Boynton. Meow now, Miss Brooks. Meow now? I don't quite understand that, Miss Brooks.
That's the farewell expression the kids use.
Meow? That's merely the cry of a cat.
So it is. Well, quack, quack, Mr. Boynton.
Quack, quack?
That's the cry of a dead duck.
Friends, when you suffer torturous pain from rheumatism, muscle strain, or backache, you want relief fast. That's the time to reach for HEAT. H-E-E-T. HEAT. The liniment that's strong yet does not burn. The moment you apply it, you can feel HEAT's soothing warmth working to relieve your painful miseries. That's because HEAT penetrates deep, brings immediate relief to sore, aching muscles. Wherever you ache, just brush on HEAT. HEAT penetrates deep, keeps working for hours to bring wonderful, soothing comfort to the painful, aching area. Your pain seems to disappear. HEAT isn't oily, sticky, or messy. You just brush on HEAT with a handy applicator that comes with each bottle, and it dries in seconds. So remember, when pain of rheumatism, muscle strain, or backache makes you miserable, HEAT's penetrating warmth gives you fast, long-lasting relief. Get HEAT, H-E-E-T, HEAT, the liniment that penetrates deep to bring immediate relief.
Having heard nothing from Mr. Conklin during my morning classes, I presumed that he had not as yet traced the number on Minerva's license tag. As I left my classroom for lunch, however, the figure of a sentry armed with a BB rifle loomed up before me.
Halt! Step forward and be recognized.
It's me, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, step back and be unrecognized.
Aye, aye, sir. And so, having been honorably discharged, I hiked down to the school cafeteria and ordered chow. It was then that Walter Denton beckoned me to his table.
Over here, Miss Brooks. Wilt thou not visit me? The plant beside me feels thy gentle dew, and every blade of grass I see from thy deep earth its quickening moisture drew.
I ordered meatballs. What have you got?
The same. I guess you didn't care for that bit of poetry I quoted, huh, Miss Brooks?
You guessed right, Walter.
Well, how do you like this one? You'd never have let the cat from the bag if you knew Mr. Conklin would grab her tag.
You're either psychic or a sneak. How'd you find out I'm up the creek?
Oh, that's a very provocative question, Miss Brooks. You will recall that shortly before first class this morning, our beloved principal invaded Mr. Boynton's lab and trapped you dead to rights with your furry friend.
With two furry friends. Mr. Boynton lost his razor.
Yeah. Well, at that time, I happened to be standing in the hall just outside the lab, and presently I heard excitement-laden voices wafted through the transom. And now, that was a moment of great decision for me, Miss Brooks. I could have either hewed to the path of dishonor by remaining in the hall and eavesdropping, or I could have taken the glorious avenue of decency by closing my ears and leaving the scene.
Well?
Yeah, I took the dirty road out.
For shame. But you still don't know all the details, Walter.
Au contraire, Miss Brooks. I was about to say that some minutes later, I confronted Mr. Boynton with the juicy morsels I had overheard, informed him that I should like to be acquainted with all the facts, and requested that he sing.
And he sang?
Ezio Pinza would have envied him.
Well, this is no laughing matter, Walter. When Mr. Conklin traces Minerva's license tag...
He didn't have time to trace it this morning, Miss Brooks, and it's too late now. Here is a little gift as a token of my esteem.
Walter, it's the tag. How did you get it?
Like I said, Miss Brooks, I'm pretty perfidious at times. When Mr. Conklin left his office for a few moments, I sneaked in, made off with the tag, and ever since then he's been flipping his lid wondering what happened to it.
But that's stealing. That's a dreadful thing to do, Walter, and thanks a million.
Well, you're entirely welcome. The only one thing worries me, Miss Brooks. Since Mr. Conklin can't establish ownership, he'll probably confiscate your cat and send her to the pound.
Oh, no, we can't let that happen to Minerva. Somehow we've got to spring her. I have an idea, Walter. You've got to sneak her out of the biology lab through the window and then take her to Mrs. Davis's brother's farmhouse. It's only a 15-minute drive from here, so you can report back to me in my classroom before the end of lunch period.
Hey, check. I know a shortcut to the farmhouse, Miss Brooks. I helped Victor move some furniture in day before yesterday. Oh, before I go, I'd better stop at the steam table and get Minerva some milk.
That won't be necessary. If Minerva wants milk, why get it now? She'll get it at the farm, direct from the cow.
Miss Brooks will return in a moment. CBS News has always attempted to keep up with your need to know. As months of international tension have lengthened out into years, as America's position of world leadership has moved it into the forefront of decision and action on a global scale, CBS News has remained on the job with eyewitness observers in every strategic world capital. And CBS News has continued to build its reporting corps as well as its observing staff. Today, America listens most to the evening news broadcasts of 4 great newsmen, every Monday through Friday evening on most of these same stations. These men are Lowell Thomas, noted world traveler and lecturer; Edward R. Murrow, Dean of CBS News, recipient of numerous awards for his reporting, his integrity, his courage in world events; Douglas Edwards, one of America's most popular voices for CBS News; and Robert Trout, for years still another great name in CBS News. Tomorrow and every weekday evening, listen for each of these renowned reporters broadcasting world news at the Star's address.
Well, after Walter promised to sneak Minerva out of school to Victor's farm, the only problem remaining was what to do about Mr. Boynton's dog. In my classroom shortly after noon, I told Mr. Boynton what Walter had done.
Well, I doubt that he'll get back here before the end of lunch period, Miss Brooks. It's almost 1 o'clock now.
Excuse me, Mr. Boynton, I want to steal a little peek into the hallway. No sentry. Mr. Conklin apparently ducked out for a bite. Now's your chance to get rid of your dog.
Oh, I've already taken care of that. I simply lowered Geraldine out the window and told her to go home. She'll be lying on the doorstep waiting for me after school, Miss Brooks. You see, she's been trained. No matter where she is, she knows how to get to my apartment house.
So do I, but what good does it do?
Hiya, folks. I got your cat to the farm okay, Miss Brooks.
Nice work, Walter. Did you turn her over to Mrs. Davis?
Not exactly. She was out shopping when I got there, but I left Minerva with her brother Victor as soon as he got through with the delivery man.
Delivery man?
Yeah. Some guy was delivering a seat cushion.
What? But that cushion was supposed to be delivered to my classroom. Good old absent-minded Mrs. Davis.
Miss Brooks?
Yes?
A sign here.
For what?
For this.
Oh, no. Wait a minute, mister. This is a cow.
You got good eyes, lady. We'll give you the bucket free.
Gosh, a real cow. I haven't milked a cow in 14 years. Hand me that bucket, Walter.
Oh, no, you don't. This is no time to improve your handshake. Listen, mister, my landlady evidently got confused. There's been a dreadful mistake, but you'll simply have to take back this cow.
Oh, I'm sorry, lady. That'll take a separate order, and our company's jammed up for the day. Give him a call, though. Maybe we can take her tomorrow.
Well, you've got to be reasonable. You can't leave a cow here overnight. This is a public school under the supervision of the federal government.
Let's keep politics out of this. I gotta be going now. So long, lady.
I just caught a glimpse of Mr. Conklin and his daughter Harriet coming up the school steps.
What'll we do? Mr. Boynton, cut that out.
Sorry, I lost my head.
Look in the bucket.
I'll see you later, Daddy.
Fine, Harriet. I'll be right here on sentry duty. No silly cat or dog is going to get past me today.
Boy, he's sure going to get a surprise from some silly cow.
Not if I can help it. Quick, close the door. Now listen carefully, Walter. I want you to stay here with the cow and see that absolutely no one enters this classroom. Then after school's over, when the sentry leaves, we can escape with the cow.
Okay, Miss Brooks, you can depend on me.
What can I do to help, Miss Brooks?
Just hand me that valise. The other one.
Steady, girl, steady. You're in good hands. 10 after 3, Walter. As soon as Miss Brooks gets back, we can...
Who goes there?
A friend. I'm unarmed.
Wait till I pull the chair away from the door.
Hi, Miss Brooks. See anybody in the hall?
Just Harriet Conklin. She was on her way to a dramatics club meeting. I saw Mr. Conklin getting into his car, so now's our chance to make the break. You men bring up the rear. We girls will lead the way. Come along, Bossy. Now keep your eyes peeled, Walter. You too, Mr. Boynton. If you see anybody...
Holy smoke! Quick, push her in here. I'll open the door.
But Walter!
There's no time to explain. In you go, Bossy. Come on. In.
All right, Walter. Now would you mind explaining what we and the strange cow are doing in Mr. Conklin's office?
Well, I just saw Harriet Conklin coming down the stairs. Oh, but we're safe in here. She never comes into Mr. Conklin's office when he isn't around.
Quick thinking, Walter.
Hi, Daddy. I thought you'd gone home.
I forgot something in my office, Harriet.
Oops, he's around. Down.
What on earth is going on in there? Well, I'll soon find out.
Back the cow into the closet. Hurry.
Come on, Bossy. Back.
Come on, in you go. All the way.
That's it.
Oh, now she'll only stay quiet until Mr. Conklin...
over Miami.
Oh, hello, Mr. Conklin.
Miss Brooks, Boynton, Denton, what are you doing here?
Well, sir, we were just... of Monaco.
I demand to know what you are doing in my office.
Well, sir, we were just...
Light and
Is the song fest over now?
No, not quite, Mr. Conklin. Somehow I feel more coming on. I'm in the mood for love simply because you're...
Oh, shut up! You sound like a herd of sick cattle. For the last time, what are you doing here?
Well, sir, we just dropped in to say goodbye on our way home.
I left here 5 minutes ago, but I forgot my hat. I'll get it out of the closet, and we can all go together.
What an awful way to go. Oh, surely you don't need a hat on such a lovely day, sir. Why not skip the closet?
Step aside, Miss Brooks.
Yes, sir.
Pardon me, please. Take it easy. Take it easy. I just want to get my hat. It'll take a second. Seems to be on the floor. If I can just reach it. I've got it now. Oh, I am sorry. Now, if I can... No, I've got it. Now, I can... Pardon me again, please. Will one of you kindly tell me that I didn't see what I just saw in that closet?
You've had a rough day on sentry duty, sir. Overwork very often causes one's mind to play tricks that are...
Oh, yes, of course. Absurd. I'm convinced the whole thing was a mirage, notwithstanding the indisputable fact that my hat here, as you can plainly see, is half filled with cream. Just to reassure myself, however, I'd like to take another look in the closet. This time you will follow me, Miss Brooks.
Oh, it's rather late, Mr. Conklin. Let's do it in the morning.
You follow me now, Miss Brooks. And I do mean now.
Yes, sir.
Holy cow!
And you do mean cow.
Our Miss Brooks, starring E. Martin, transcribed, was produced and directed by Larry Burns, written by Joe Quillen and Al Lewis, with the music of Bud Bluster. Mr. Conklin was played by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Bob Rockwell, Gloria McMillan, Joseph Kearns, Joel Samuels, and Billy Gould. Be sure to be with us next week for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks.
I'd like to say a few words about health. Over 50% of all family colds can be traced to uneven heat or overheating in the home. So protect your family's health by burning blue coal, America's finest anthracite. Then you will be sure of steady, lasting, healthful heat at less cost. The next time you order fuel, ask for blue coal by name. You don't have to get a full supply. Your nearest blue coal dealer will be glad to send you a trial ton. Phone him tomorrow.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
The Johnson Wax program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Love Is.
I wish my floors could be as beautiful as Mrs. Clark's, as rich-looking.
Pardon me, madam, but your floors can be as beautiful as anybody's if you will polish them regularly with genuine Johnson's Wax. I know, because I've watched many floors that look dull and lifeless become gleaming, beautiful floors under the magic touch of Johnson's paste or liquid wax. In fact, they seem to take on more beauty with every waxing. And, of course, the tough coat of wax protects the finish against scratches, stains, and wear, and cuts housework way down, because dust and dirt cannot cling to a smooth, waxed surface. And did you know that smart housekeepers have discovered over 100 extra uses for genuine Johnson's Wax? They wax windowsills, furniture, picture frames, woodwork, Venetian blinds, leather goods. Well, you'll find these 100 extra uses listed right on the Johnson's Wax package. And before I forget, you can now buy Johnson's Wax in 3 forms, the familiar paste and liquid form, plus the new cream wax, especially formulated for furniture and woodwork. Last week, a quarantine of measles bottled up the cream of Wistful Vista society in the McGee home. During the week that has just passed, the cream has soured considerably. And here at 79 Wistful Vista, just one big unhappy family, we find a number of unwilling guests and Fibber McGee and Molly.
Now, wait a minute, Gildersleeve. The doctor hasn't given permission to anybody to leave yet.
Well, by George, I'm leaving anyway. My business is going to rack and ruin while I...
Take your hand off of that doorknob, Mr. Gildersleeve, or you'll regret it. We'll all regret it.
I won't do it. I've been cooped up here for a week, and I'm going to leave right now.
Don't you dare open that door, Gildersleeve.
I will, too.
Got to straighten out that closet one of these days.
Why didn't you tell me this was a closet, McGee?
Say, you've been here a week. You should have known.
Yeah.
Besides, I don't know why you're worried about your old factory. Your wife has taken charge of the Gildersleeve Girdle Company.
Oh, what do women know about girdles?
Plenty, if they got the proper foundation. and background.
Oh, Mr. McGee, when are we going to get out of this horrible house?
Oh,
so this house is horrible, is it? Now, you listen to me, Abigail Uppington.
Yeah.
I don't mind your sleeping in my bed or using my vanishing cream and my bobby pins. But when you say this is a horrible house, I agree with you. I've never spent such a week in my life.
Life? Has this only been one life?
But when can we leave, Mr. McGee? Surely they can't legally keep us chained up here like wild beasts.
Yes. Who's a wild beast?
If the fur fits, wear it, Gildersleeve.
I'm sure it can't be much longer, Mrs. Uppington. We're just as anxious to have you leave as you are to go. McGee, may I have a private word with you, dearie?
Why, sure. You mind if we have a minute alone, folks?
If by alone you mean without me, McGee, you can have 3,000 years of it.
Oh.
Come on, Abigail. Let's go and sneer at their photograph album again.
What's the matter, Molly?
Look, we've all been getting in each other's hair here for a solid week, and the doctor hasn't been back once.
I know, but he called me up right after he left, though. That night we got quarantined.
Well, what did he say?
I can't remember. It was some big medical word. You know how doctors are.
Heavenly days. If they quarantine doctors, too, they wouldn't be so anxious to keep people locked up like this. Where is everybody, dearie?
Oh, they're down in the basement. Boomer and Wilcox and the old-timer got a poker game going.
Oh, they have they?
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't enough that I was running a boarding house and a hospital. Now I got a gambling joint on my hands.
Oh, Molly, they're not doing any harm.
Just the same, I'm not going to have my home turned into any Monte Cristo.
You mean Monte Carlo. Monte Cristo was a count.
Well, then he should have had more manners than to turn somebody's home into a gambling joint.
He didn't gamble. He was just a guy in a book.
Oh, he ran a book, too. Well, that's all I wanted to know. You go in and see how the little girl is getting along, McGee.
Okay.
And if you hear a riot downstairs, that's me breaking up the poker game.
Mm-hmm. Goodbye, Mrs. Chips.
Hi, Mr. McGee.
Hi there, sis. How's everything? You got enough blankets? Or too many? Is the window open enough? Or too much? Is it too light in here? Or too dark?
Yes.
Huh?
Hey, will you tell me a story, Mr. McGee? Will you please? Will you?
No, okay, but now you stay tucked in bed there. I don't want you to catch cold. Now, what story you want me to tell you?
Goldilocks, I bet you.
Goldilocks, huh? Okay. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful little girl named Goldilocks, and one day she started to take her grandmother a basket of delicious pies and cakes and sandwiches.
I'm hungry.
Huh?
I'm hungry. Can I please have something to eat, Mr. McGee? Please?
No, I guess so, sis. How about an apple? Make you nice and strong to eat apples.
Do you like Superman?
Yeah.
Hey, will you get the paper and read me about Superman, Mr. McGee?
Oh, okay. Anything to please. Here's the paper. Let's see, oh, here it is. Oh, today Superman is fighting for his life among the gangs that have mushroomed up in...
Have what, mister?
Mushroomed.
I'm hungry.
Look, will you make up your mind? First you want a story, and then you want something to eat. Now, which will it be?
A story.
Okay. Shall I tell you about the Pied Piper of Hamelin?
Who's he?
Well, he was a guy who got rid of all the rats by playing his flute.
Oh, gee, I love flute. Stewed flute and flute jello and...
That's fruit. And we haven't got any. And furthermore, if I detect him...
I like detectives, too. Will you please read me about Dick Tracy?
I thought you wanted something to eat.
I know it.
Well...
That's why I want you to read me about Dick Tracy. I'd just eat that up, I bet you.
Well, all right. Well, it says here that Dick Tracy is on the trail of a crook that's just taken it on the lamb.
On the what?
Lamb.
I'm hungry.
I don't care how hungry you are, Dad Braddock. You're going to get Dick Tracy and like it. No, hey. Now, wait a minute, sis. I'm sorry. I guess I'm just kind of on edge.
Yeah.
After all this quarantine. Excuse me for hollering at you, will you?
Okay, mister.
Oh, thanks. The idea. Big bloke like me shouting at a little kid like you.
Yeah.
Sick with the measles. I ought to be ashamed.
Oh, sure you had, I bet you.
Well, I am. Now, which do you want, honey? A A story or something to eat?
A story.
Fine. And just so's I won't arouse any gastronomic yearnings in your little corpus delicti, I'll try and tell you one that ain't connected in any way with something to eat.
Hi.
Now, here we go. Little Jack Horner sat in the corner eating his Christmas... Once upon a time, there was a boy named Jack who lived with his poor old mother. And one day he went to town and sold the cow, and all he got for it was a handful of... Little Miss Muffet sat on a tuffet, eating... Simple Simon met a pot... Mary had a little... Once upon a time, there was a little girl named Cinderella. Aha, now I got it. And one day, a fairy princess came to her and said she could go to the ball. And Cinderella said, yes, but how will I get there?
Yeah, and the fairy princess made her a coach out of a big, juicy pumpkin.
Yeah.
I'm hungry.
Now, you look here, Nictopopoulos. Be reasonable, will you? Shucks, I didn't impose this quarantine, and I don't...
Well, for scream's sakes, Fizzer, I'm asking you once and for always, on my bended elbows with tears in my face. How long can this quarantine last?
Well...
I'm getting so I hate everybody around here, including me, which I don't like, because I was always admired me very much, if you can understand that, and if not, I hate you too.
Well, believe me, Nick, I'm sorry. I wouldn't have had this happen for the world, but it did, and we got to make the best of it. Can't you amuse yourself anyway? Can't you...
Such as, for instance, what?
Well, do some crossword puzzles.
No, sir. No crossword puzzles for me, Fizzer. It's too much exercise, I'm thinking.
What do you mean? There isn't any exercise to working crossword puzzles.
Oh, sure there is.
Huh?
First you lay down on the floor and do a word, then you're standing up and doing a word, then you're lying down and doing one.
But why?
Because that is what it is saying to do.
Huh?
Horizontal, perpendicular, horizontal, perpendicular. Up and down, all day long. That's being any way to do a puzzle. I've got a crossword for it that will make your hair stand on its hind feet. If I don't get out of here before long, I'll be trailosy for somebody.
Well, I know it takes all kinds of people to make a world, but sometimes I think they went to extremes.
Ah, there you are, McGee. I've looked all over the house, and I can't find anybody.
No, and if I'd have seen you coming, you wouldn't have found me. Are you getting as tired of me as I am of you, Gildersleeve?
At least, McGee. As soon as this quarantine is lifted, if it ever is, I'm going to move to San Francisco or someplace. I never want to see your face again.
That's funny. That's exactly the way I feel about you. I'm getting so I detest you.
I know. I despise you, too. It's a good thing we're friends, chum, or this would end up in hard feelings.
I'll say so. It's nice we can hate each other in a sort of a chummy sort of a way.
Yes, indeed. But where is everybody, McGee? By George, if you kept me here and let the rest of them go home,
Now, don't get your teeth in a turmoil, Gildersleeve. Everybody's down in the basement.
What for?
Well, they had a poker game going down there, but Molly went down to bust it up. She's probably got them all locked in the coal bin by now. Come on, let's go down.
Yeah, all right, McGee.
How many cards for you, Glowcoat?
3, Boomer.
Give me 2, Horatio.
2 for me, too.
Here you are, my little Toscanini. And how many for you?
None. I'm standing pat.
Well, Mrs. Uppington, you opened. What are you doing?
The membership fee for this round will be 3 blue ones.
Count me in there.
Say, do you mind if I put in 5 more? I seem to have so many.
I'm out.
See you, daughter. I don't think you got 'em.
Mr. Boomer?
Sorry, my dear, I'm out. I'm shy 2 feathers on a bobtail slug.
I'm going to call you, Miss McGee.
But why? I'm right here.
Oh, no, I mean, let's see your cards.
Oh, sure. But they don't amount to anything, really. I was bluffing. All I got is a 5 spot and 4 wands.
Oh,
Is that good?
Hey, what's going on here? I thought you were going to bust up this game, Molly.
Believe me, she did, Skee-Ball.
Huh?
You've heard about the chicken in every pot. Well, she's the chicken.
Isn't it wonderful, dearie? Look at all the pretty chips I've won. I'm going to punch holes through them and string them together for a necklace.
No. Don't do that. Cash them in. They're worth money.
Don't be silly. They were only worth $1.98 when we bought them. And I even doubt if the drugstore would take them back.
No.
Didn't anybody else win anything? How about you, Wilcox? Did you lose?
No, I'm not hurt much. I just like to play. It's useful to me in my business.
Why, how can that be, Mr. Wilcox?
I wish you hadn't asked that question, Uppy. It's just like waving a bull in front of a red rag.
Well, I've always had a suspicion that poker was invented by a salesman for Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
Now, you see what you've done, Uppy?
Well, explain yourself, Mr. Wilcox.
All right, look. Suppose a housewife has a full house, and somebody spills a tray on the kitchen linoleum.
Oh.
Does she raise the deuce?
Oh.
Not if she's got Johnson's self-polishing glow coat on the floor. It's aces when it comes to protecting and beautifying linoleum, and it takes very little jack.
Oh.
And what's more, it puts old-fashioned floor scrubbing in the discard.
Oh.
Call your dealer today.
That's pretty good, Waxy. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, says. Any of you kids got a good joke to fill in here with?
Say, if you haven't got a joke, why did you start that thing?
Don't give me that, Johnny. I've heard you start a whole show without one. Hey, we gonna play any more rummy, kids?
Oh, Mr. Oldtimer, we haven't been playing rummy. We've been playing poker.
Hey, we have? No wonder I ain't been having any luck.
What I want to know is, when are we going to get out of here? Now, what did the doctor say, McGee?
Oh, you heard what the doctor said, Gildersleeve. Anyway, what are you squawking about? You ain't any worse off than the rest of us.
No, that's right.
Certainly not, dull, dark, and dumpy. Matter of fact, I'm thinking of starting suit against McGee for making me miss an important board meeting.
What do you mean, starting suit against me? What board meeting did you miss?
Show you in just a minute, Chisel Chin. Have the notice right here in my pocket. Notice. Had it here just a minute ago. Where I put that notice?
I think I shall start suit myself for false imprisonment, malicious mischief, and sleeping on the ironing board.
Quiet, Abigail, my dear. I've been trying to find the notice, that meeting. Here's an income tax blank. Got me in the middle there. If I don't show the source of my income, I go to prison. If I do show it, I go to jail. Here's a Confederate $100 bill.
What good is a Confederate bill? You can't spend it.
I can spend this one, my boy. I was a Confederate in a bank robbery. Now, let me see. Here's a small package of sleeping powder.
Go on, that's a blackjack.
Don't be crude, liver lip. Here's a postcard from Sheila the shoplifter. Says she tried to get away with an accordion, but it squealed on her. Letter from my brother, McClellan Boomer, the portrait painter, unfortunate fellow.
Oh, what happened to him, Mr. Boomer?
He sat down on his pallet Poor lad. Yes, indeed. I always said he'd get caught with his paints down. Except for short beer. Well, imagine that. No notice of the board meeting.
What board meeting was it, Boomer?
The parole board, Scrimshank. Ah, well, there wasn't much choice anyway. They're a measly bunch, too.
The King's Men sing, There's a Tavern in the Town.
I went strolling in the cold night air. I met Nellie with the flaxen hair. She was broken-hearted and a tear was in her eye. When I tried to comfort her, she gave me this reply. There is a tavern in the town, and there my true love sits him down where he can drink his wine mid laughter free, and never thinks of me. He left me for a damsel dark. On Tuesday night they always spark, and now my love, who once was true to me, takes that dark damsel on his knee. Fare thee well, for I must leave thee. Do not let the parting grieve thee. Just remember that the best of friends must part. Adieu, my friend. Adieu. I can no longer stay with you. I'll hang my harp on a weeping willow tree, and may the world go well with thee.
Then she turned away and said no more, but entered through the tavern door,
and from within there came loud voices, angry shouts, and then a pistol shot rang out.
I saw her through the open door. She held a smoking 44,
and at her feet her lover fell down dead. And here's the very word she said, quote, fare thee well, for you must leave me nevermore. Will you deceive me? If you can't be true to me, then we must part. Adieu, my love, adieu, yes, adieu. I can no longer stay with you. I'll hang my heart on a weeping willow. And may the world go well with thee. May all the world go well with thee.
Those fellows had a swell. Boomer, Uppington, Gildersleeve, DePopolis, Wilcox, the old-timer, little girl. That's 7. 7 times 5 is 35, times 7 is 245. Say, that ain't bad at all, Molly.
What are you talking about? What isn't bad?
Oh, look, there's 7 people here besides us. All of them eating and sleeping at our expense. So I figured if I charged them a nominal $5 apiece a day, that comes to $245 a week.
Why, McGee, you can't charge them for staying here. They couldn't help it.
Well, Dad ratted I couldn't help it either.
Well, then it's even.
Okay, so it is even. So I'll split the difference and make it 2.5 a day. That'll come to 102.
Oh, McGee, stop it. Why, that's taking advantage of people when they're helpless.
Well, shucks. That's the best time, ain't it?
Now, just the same, I won't let you do it now. We're all quarantined here together, and we just got to make the best of it.
Yeah, but think of the expense. We're going to have a grocery bill that'll make the defense program look like matching pennies. Why, when you stop to think of it...
Please, may I have a word with you, please?
Why, certainly, Mrs. Uppington. Do come in. What's the trouble?
Mrs. McGee, I demand to know how long we ought to be incarcerated here.
Now, you look here, Uppy. We don't like to be incapacitated here any more than you do. But a quarantine is a quarantine. You don't want the measles to spread all over town, do you? You don't want to start an epidermis, do you?
You mean hypodermic, McGee.
He means epidemic.
Well, then what's epidermis?
Epidermis refers to the skin.
That's what I says. You want to skin out of here and spread the measles all over town?
I wish to do no such thing, Mr. McGee, and I bitterly resent the insinuation. But I do demand, as an American citizen...
See your papers.
Papers?
Yes, your citizenship papers.
Why, you speak as if I were an ordinary immigrant.
Look, Uppy, the only Americans that ain't immigrants, or descended from immigrants, are Indians. And you wouldn't know a teepee from a toupee. So don't give us that Mayflower malarkey.
I have never been so insulted in all my life.
You must have led a pretty sheltered life, Abigail. But I agree with you that we ought to find out how long
Fibber,
this
how long is this going on? How can I sell Johnson's wax when I'm locked up in here?
That's exactly what I wish to know, Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, yeah? Well, when did you start selling Johnson's wax, Uppy?
I did not claim to sell Johnson's
Say,
wax.
if I scream sakes, Fizzle, how long is it going to be until I can have a reunion with my wife and kidneys?
That's what I want to know, Fibber.
Me too, I betcha.
No.
Oh, for goodness sakes, little girl, you get right back in bed there.
Yes, you'll catch your death of cold, sis.
I'm hungry.
Hey, now, look here, Johnny. I've missed 5 rumble lessons since I've been here, and I want to get it going.
Well, what can we do?
Well, Mr. McGee, what do you propose to do about this situation?
I'll tell you what we're going to do, folks. I'm just as anxious as you are to know how long they quarantine for measles. I'm going to call the health department.
All right, dearie, here's the phone.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me the health department. Oh, is that you, Mert?
Oh, that's all.
How's every little thing, Mert? Yeah, we're quarantined. What's that, Mert? Your brother? Oh, the one that works in the airplane plant? Caught a spy, eh?
Heavenly days, how thrilling.
Oh, I don't know. He knocked over his lunch pail, spilled all the sandwiches, but he caught his pie. What's that, Mert? Oh, no answer, eh? Okay, I'll try the Board of Trade.
Wait a minute, McGee. Look at this.
Huh? What's the matter with you, Gildersleeve?
Look what I found in the almanac.
What are you doing with the almanac?
Well, it's the only thing there is to read around here except Black Beauty and the Peoria High School Annual for 1911.
Well, what about the almanac, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, listen to this.
Huh?
It's an article on contagious diseases. And it says that quarantining for measles is obsolete. Absolutely.
Oh, I remember now. That's what the doctor told me over the phone. It's obsolete, and there's no getting around it.
Oh, good heavens. I believe the man doesn't know what the word obsolete means.
That's it, I do, too. Obsolete means oh, my gosh. I was thinking of absolute.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. Have you ever stopped to think how much more active life is today than, say, 25 years ago? Automobiles, movies, airplanes have certainly increased the tempo of living, until one of our big problems is how to find the time for all we want to do. Fortunately, scientists have given us many labor-saving devices and products. Take, for example, the care of floors. No longer do you have to scrub kitchen floors on your hands and knees to keep them clean. No, sir. Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat has certainly solved that problem. Saved women many, many hours of work. Glow Coat, in case you don't know it, needs no rubbing or buffing. It's the easiest to use of all floor polishes. You simply apply and let dry. Glow Coat polishes itself, giving beautiful floors with practically no work. Saves linoleum from wear, makes it last longer. But you surely know all these things by now, and I'll bet you use Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat on your own floors. If not, try it.
Is everybody gone, Molly?
Yes, they're gone. And a good riddance, too. Come on, let's go to bed, dear.
Okay.
Oh, McGee!
Dad, rat it, what you want, Gildersleeve?
My wife's gone away and I can't get into the house.
Well, what do you want with us?
I'm hungry.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox. Speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
Hello, George. So that's the most work I've seen you do in months.
Oh, this ain't work, Miss Brown. No, sirree. Polishing a car with this here Johnson's Car New is an easy job now. Just massage it on kind of gentle, let it dry, and wipe it off. Then that little old car shine just as pretty.
Yes, sir, folks. If you haven't used Johnson's Car New on your car, take my tip and buy a can this week. It really cleans and wax polishes in one operation in half the time it used to take. Remember the name, C-A-R-N-U, Johnson's Car New. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Golly, what a wallop! He rang the bell again.
He's feeling his Cheerios. Yes, Cheerios, that energizing breakfast cereal made from oats. Good, old-fashioned, nourishing oats, all ready to eat. Cheerios gives you a kind of nourishment that really counts. Cheerios is a cereal that really helps you build up strength and energy. So for your better breakfast, always start with Cheerios. C-H-E-E-R-I-O-S. Cheerios.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Just a scrap of paper with a few lines of writing on it. There's a person we know of who paid $10,000 for it. Why? Hello, creeps. This is Peter Lorre, opening the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. See, tonight, we've really got something for you. You're going to hear an exciting version of Somerset Maugham's classic story, The Letter. Come with me to Singapore, pre-war Singapore, meeting place of 100 races. Singapore, where the sun beats down fiercely and passionately, the crowded streets glittering in a stifling heat. But in the law office of Edward Joyce, it is pleasantly cool. Cool, that is, until the ringing of the phone, heralding the events that were to set fire to Mr. Joyce's conscience, burning their lesson into his memory forever. Hello?
Hello, Joyce? This is Robert Crosby. Listen. Something terrible has happened.
Well, now, take it easy, Robert. Nothing's worth getting excited about in this heat.
But they put Leslie in jail.
What? What'd you say?
I know it sounds insane, but they've locked her up.
What now? Wait a minute. Now, calm down. What's all this nonsense about? What's Leslie charged with?
Murder.
Murder?
They say she killed Jeff Hammond.
Well, that's fantastic.
But she admits it. That's what's so crazy about the whole thing. Listen, Joyce, will you meet me right away before I go out of my mind?
I'll see you in 10 minutes here at the office. And don't worry. If Leslie's innocent, we'll straighten this ridiculous affair out in no time. Now go on with your story, Robert. Jeff Hammond came to your bungalow while you were away. He made advances to Leslie, and she shot him. Now you go on, please.
But that's all there is, Joyce.
What?
That's what's so insane about the whole thing. We'd known Hammond for years. His plantation was right next to ours. We often had him out to dinner, and, well, he always seemed such a decent chap. I just can't understand how he could have acted that way. He must have been mad.
I see. Well, then, it's a clear case of self-defense, and you've nothing to worry about if your wife is telling the truth.
What the devil do you mean?
Now, don't get excited, Robert. Now, suppose Leslie were trying to protect someone.
But why?
Someone she loves. You.
What?
Well, perhaps Leslie thinks that you killed Hammond.
But why should I shoot Hammond?
Well, perhaps you were jealous of him. Perhaps you found them together. Perhaps...
Oh, that's ridiculous, Joyce. I wasn't even home that night, and I can prove it.
Oh, you weren't? Well, then we must accept Leslie's story.
Of course. Leslie's never even looked at another man since we were married. We've been very happy. Everything was perfect until this horrible thing happened, and now... I tell you, I don't know what I'd do if I lost Leslie.
Don't worry, Robert. We'll do everything we can. And the first thing that I'm going to do is to visit the jail and get the facts from Leslie herself. Mrs. Crosby, I am Edward Joyce. Your husband has retained me for your case.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. George?
How do you do?
Robert's spoken to me of you often.
There are a few questions which I'd like to ask you. I realize that it's difficult for you to talk about it, but...
It's quite all right, Mr. Joyce. I don't mind answering any questions.
Splendid. Now, I want you to tell me exactly what happened that night.
Very well. Robert had gone to Singapore on business, and I was alone for the night. Jeff dropped in for a visit, and we talked and had a few drinks. After a while, he began to act very strangely. And then I was surprised to hear him say...
Leslie, don't you know that I'm awfully in love with you?
I don't believe you. What's more, I don't even want you to say it.
May I have another drink?
I wouldn't drink anymore if I were you.
Do you think I said I loved you because I'm drunk?
Well, that's the most obvious explanation, isn't it?
No. I've wanted to tell you for a long time. And now that Bob isn't here, this is my chance.
Jeffrey, I think you'd better go.
I'm not going. Look at me, Leslie.
Jeffrey, you're making a fool of yourself. Don't you know that I've never loved anyone but Robert?
You love me. You know you do.
Let go my arm.
I've wanted to do this for a long time.
Let go of me, you're drunk.
I'll never let you go. I'll make you forget Robert.
Stop that, you're squeezing the breath off.
I wanted to kiss your mouth, your eyes, your hair.
Please don't, Jeffrey. Where do you think you're taking me?
Don't fight me, Leslie. You know you love me.
No, if you touch me again.
What are you doing at that desk? Get away from there.
There's only one way to handle you.
A gun. Why, you fool, give me that.
No, I'm warning you, Jeff, if you come any closer.
You wouldn't shoot, darling.
Jeffrey, let go of me.
Put down that gun.
I said let go of me.
No. Oh. Leslie. Don't shoot again. No.
I didn't know what I was doing. I fired and until the gun was empty. Well, that's all, I guess.
That is all?
Yes. Yes, that's just the way it happened.
I see. Well, I don't think that you have anything to fear, Mrs. Crosby. We'll have you out of here very soon. Yes, Robert, of course. Yes. As a matter of fact, my assistant, Chi Sang, is retyping my brief right now. No, we're absolutely prepared for the trial, and I'm sure that Leslie will be acquitted. That's right. Goodbye, Robert.
Was that Mr. Crosby again?
Yes, that's right, Chi Sang. So upset, and after all, there's nothing to worry about.
Except for this. This letter.
What? What letter?
This. It is a copy of one supposedly written by Mrs. Crosby. A strange man brought it. He suggests we might want to buy it. I think you had better read it, sir.
Very well. Robert will be away for the night. I absolutely must see you. I shall expect you at 11. I am desperate. And if you don't come, I won't answer for the consequences. Don't drive up. Leslie. What the devil does this mean?
It could mean any number of things.
Why, this is nothing short of blackmail. Well, this is ridiculous. Do you think that Mrs. Crosby could have written such a letter?
I don't know, Mr. Crosby.
I can't believe this. No, it must be a forgery. Who has the original?
A Chinese woman who lived in Mr. Hammond's house.
Oh, I see.
if the original letter should be sent to the public prosecutor...
But it's preposterous. Mrs. Crosby said that she hadn't written to Hammond for weeks before the shooting. If this letter is genuine... Well, I've got to find out.
Mr. Joyce, surely you didn't come here to visit me in this horrible jail just to talk about Robert and his rubber plantation.
Mrs. Crosby, I think I should tell you that there exists a letter.
A letter?
Yes. In your handwriting to Jeff Hammond.
What of it? I've often sent him little notes to ask him to a party or a tennis match or something.
Well, this letter asked him to come and see you because Robert was going to Singapore.
Oh, that's impossible. I never wrote anything of the kind.
Oh, here. Perhaps you'd better read it for yourself.
Well, it's not my handwriting.
It's said to be an exact copy of the original. Will you read it, please?
Robert will be away for the night. I absolutely must see you. I shall expect you at 11. I'm desperate, and if you don't come, I won't answer for the consequences. Don't drive up. Leslie. I didn't write it.
And be very careful of what you say. If the original is in your handwriting, you know it would be useless to deny it.
Now, look, Mr. Joyce, it's not even dated. If I had written it and forgotten all about it might have been written years ago. If you just give me time, now you must give me time to think, please.
If the prosecution had this letter, they would cross-examine the boys who work on your plantation. They would soon find out whether someone took a letter to Mr. Hammond on the day of his death.
Now, I swear to you that I didn't write that letter. How many times must I tell you I did not write that letter?
Very well. That's all you have to say. I think I'll be getting back to my office.
Oh, just a minute, please.
Yes?
Mr. Joyce, what did the court think that letter meant?
The court would know that you had told a deliberate lie.
When?
You have said that you had no communication with Hammond for at least 3 months.
Well, it was such a shock. I can't remember every detail. Perhaps I did write the letter.
Well, you admit it. Well, just a moment ago, you
Well,
said...
it was a surprise. I was preparing for Robert. His birthday's next month. I knew he wanted a new gun. I wanted to talk to Jeff about it. I thought I'd get him to order it for me.
Perhaps you'd better read that letter again.
No, I don't want to.
It is not the sort of letter you'd write to consult someone about a gun. Mrs. Crosby, please.
I'm sorry. I'm all right.
Mrs. Crosby, until now, this case was comparatively plain sailing. This letter has thrown an entirely different complexion on everything. With it, the prosecution can prove that Hammond came to your house at your urgent invitation. Therefore, I must insist that you tell me everything to save your neck.
You mean they'd hang me?
Yes, if they came to the conclusion that you hadn't killed Hammond in self-defense.
But what can they prove?
I don't know what they can prove. You know.
Mr. Joyce, why do you speak to me this way? After all, Mr. Joyce, I'm not a criminal. I'm not. No.
I'm sorry. All right, cry it out.
Don't let them hang me, please.
Will you pull yourself together, please?
Just give me time. Just give me some time and let me think. I was
Mrs. Crosby, I'll come back later.
No, don't leave me.
But Well, Mrs. Crosby.
Will whoever has the original letter sell it?
Why, yes, I think so.
Who has it?
For the Chinese woman who's living in Hammond's house.
The Chinese woman. Does she want very much for it?
I imagine she wants a very large sum.
Mr. Joyce, are you going to let them hang me because of a paltry sum of money?
What? Do you think it's so simple as all that to secure possession of that letter? Why, you have no right to make any such suggestion to me.
Well, then what will happen to me?
Well, you should have thought of that before. Justice mistake its cause.
Oh, please, Mr. Joyce, please. I'm putting myself in your hands. I know that I have no right to ask you to do anything that isn't proper, but you must do everything you can to help me. Mr. Joyce, you're my counselor. Now, who else will help me? You've got to. You've got to help me, Mr. Joyce. Now, please. I'm getting down on my knees.
Mrs. Crosby,
Mr. Joyce,
please, stop it. Could your husband raise the money?
Yes, I'm sure he could.
Well, you know that he'd have to be told what it was for.
Yes, but does he have to see the letter? He's in love with me, Mr. Joyce. He'd make any sacrifice to save me.
Well, I'm not sure
Robert's
that
an old friend of yours. Now, I'm not asking you to do anything for me. I'm asking you to save a rather simple, kind man who never did you any harm from all the pain that's possible.
Mrs. Crosby,
help you. But on one condition.
Yes.
Now, you tell me the truth about the letter. Now, will you tell me the truth about that night?
Oh, yes, I will.
All right. Did you or did you not shoot Hammond in self-defense?
Well, of course it was in self-defense. I swear to you, Mr. Joyce, it was in self-defense. Now, you've got to believe me. You must help me. Please, Mr. Joyce, I'm placing my life in your hands. I wouldn't lie to you now. I wouldn't.
Very well, Mr. Crosby. I must go now.
Mr. Joyce, what are you going to do?
Do? I don't know.
Why did they have to keep her in prison all these weeks? Everyone I've met in Singapore has told me the court will exonerate her.
Oh, of course, Robert. There's no question about the verdict, except for one thing.
Except for what?
It appears that your wife sent a letter to Hammond asking him to come to the bungalow on the night he was killed.
A letter?
Yes.
But that's impossible. She's already said that she's had no communication with Hammond.
Well, the fact remains that this letter exists. It's in the possession of the Chinese woman who lived in Hammond's house.
I don't understand. Leslie sent a letter to Hammond.
Well, your wife meant to give you a present on your birthday, and she wanted Hammond to help her get it.
This letter, what would it...
Well, it would be very awkward if this letter found its way into the hands of the prosecution. You see, your wife lied, and she would be asked to explain this lie. It would make a difference if it were proven that Hammond did not intrude, but came to see your wife by invitation.
I see. Well, is there anything we can do?
We must get hold of that letter.
Can we get it?
We can buy it.
How much?
$10,000.
$10,000?
Yes.
Well, that'll take about every cent I have.
Can you get it?
Well, I'll have to get it. If you think it's absolutely necessary.
The only way if you want your wife acquitted.
But I still don't understand. Listen, Joyce. Listen. You say Leslie sent Hammond a letter to help her get a present for me.
Yes.
What was the present she wanted to give me?
Well, I believe she said she wanted to give you a new gun.
A new gun? A new gun?
Hey, what's the matter? Robert, are you ill? Can I get you a glass of water, Albert?
No, I'm quite all right. When must you have the money?
10 o'clock tonight.
Is the Chinese woman coming to you?
No, I'm going to her.
I'll bring the money. I'll come with you.
Oh, you don't have to do that. I think it'd be better if you left me to deal with this matter by myself.
It's my money, isn't it? I'm going with you.
Mr. Joyce, Mr. Crosby, this is Lin Fo, the man who delivered the letter.
Good evening.
May I present Lao Tzu, friend of the late Mr. Hammond.
Good evening, gentlemen.
How do you do? Now, Chi-Sang, let's get down to business. After all, that's what we're here for.
Lao Tzu, do you have the letter?
Yes, Chi-Sang.
Then let's get on with this. Here's the money, Chi-Sang. Count it. You'll see that it's correct.
Yes, sir.
Hurry, Chi-Sang.
Yes, it is correct. Here you are, Lao Tzu. Here is the money. Is everything all right?
Never again will anything be right. Money is not like blood. To raise money is not difficult. To make a child, to raise a child to a man, that is difficult. The money will not change the blood. The blood will be there, in the mind. So it is in her mind now. A wound in her mind. And this wound is a memory. This memory will grow, and the wound will consume her. Yes, so it is. Here is the letter.
Thank you. This is the right document, Mr. Joyce.
I'll take that.
Yes, Mr. Crosby. Read what your wife wrote to Hammond.
Robert,
will be away for the night. I absolutely must see you. I shall expect you at 11. I am desperate, and if you don't come, I won't answer for the consequences. Don't drive up. Leslie.
Yeah, you'd better let me have it, Robert.
No. I'm going to keep it myself. It's cost me enough money.
Are you all right, Omar?
Yes. Joyce, Leslie said that she sent that letter to Hammond to ask him to come and help her get a gun for me. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
On the night of Hammond's death, I went to Singapore to buy a new gun. Leslie knew that. Good night, Joyce.
And so, Mrs. Crosby, this court having found you not guilty, I congratulate you. You are once again a free woman.
Mr. Joyce, I had to see you. I had to show you this.
Oh, the letter. Where did you...
Robert has left me. He gave me this. He knows.
He knows? What does he know?
He knows that Jeff and I loved each other.
A wound that will never heal.
What did you say?
Nothing.
Jeff and I loved each other for years. He was all my life. I loved him. Then I heard this Chinese woman was living in his house. I couldn't believe it at first. And then when I did believe it, I had to see him. That letter. We'd always been so careful. He always tore up any word I wrote to him. When he received my note, he came. I told him I knew about the Chinese woman.
Don't believe it. It's a lie.
I hated him then. I knew that he was lying. I insulted him. I called him names. At last I turned on him.
Shut up. I'm sick and tired of you. The truth is, I never want to see you again. You bore me.
Is it true about her, the Chinese woman?
Yes, it's true.
I think I began to go crazy when he said...
I'm glad you know now. I never loved you. Now maybe you'll leave me alone. Don't bother me anymore.
I don't quite know what happened then. There was a revolver on the desk. Robert had left it there when he went away. I'd meant to take it to my room with me. Now I seized the revolver, and before I knew what I was doing, I fired. He gave a cry, and I saw that I'd hit him. He staggered and rushed for the veranda. I ran after him and fired again. He fell, and then I stood over him, and I fired and fired. Till the revolver was empty. I knew there were no more cartridges.
Well, what do you want me to do, Mrs. Crosby?
Do? What can anyone do? Did you hear what the judge said? I'm free. Free. Free to live alone in that bungalow in that lonely estate. Free to do without Jeffrey and without Robert. Free to be a prisoner all my life. Prisoner of my own conscience. Free to remember until the day I die. Why didn't they hang me?
There you have Somerset Maugham's dramatic story, The Letter. Tonight's performance in a mystery playhouse. This is Peter Lorre closing the doors of the mystery playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight. precious radio service.
In the month just ahead, there will be many days that are cloudy and gray. Isn't it very important on such days to have your home bright and cheerful? Your kitchen especially, where you spend so many hours? There's one thing that will brighten your kitchen more than anything else. Gleaming linoleum floors kept fresh and spotless with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Glow Coat requires no rubbing or buffing. There's practically no work to it. You just apply Glow Coat, it shines while it dries with no further work from you. It not only keeps your floors beautiful, but it actually makes linoleum last many times longer than an unprotected floor. Glow Coat is safe, easy to use, and sure to please. Try some tomorrow on your floors. Ask for Johnson Self-Polishing Glow Coat. GLO-COAT.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents...
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, You Were Meant for Me. Director, Lloyd Bacon. Star, Dan Daly.
The Hollywood Screen Directors present a romance set to music, You Were Meant for Me, starring Academy Award nominee Dan Daly in his original role with Betty Lynn, and introducing the director of the film, Lloyd Bacon. The life story of our guest screen director tonight reads like a saga of show business. Born into a distinguished theatrical family, he himself became first a stage actor and then a film actor and director. His was one of the first minds to grasp the full potentialities of motion picture sound, and his pioneering in this field established him as one of Hollywood's most resourceful and versatile artists. You've seen the fine touch of his direction in such grand entertainment as Mother is a Freshman, Give My Regards to Broadway, The Sullivans, I Wonder Who's Kissing Her Now, and tonight's story, You Were Meant for Me. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lloyd Bacon.
Folks, our story tonight is about the closing years of an era of show business. Years packed with glitter and excitement, but somehow they were full of sweet music. Making You Were Meant for Me was a nostalgic thrill, and I hope you'll find the same thrill as we relive part of those years. Relive them with Dan Daly as an orchestra leader, Chuck Arnold, and Betty Lynn as Peggy Mayhew. Here, ladies and gentlemen, is an era. Here is You Were Meant for Me.
$1929. What a year. It was the beginning of the end of the era of wonderful nonsense. $1 Million Gates, Red Grange, the Galloping Ghost, flagpole sitters and marathon dancers. Admiral Byrd planting the Stars and Stripes in Little America. Rhapsody in Blue. Paul Whiteman was king of jazz, and George Gershwin and Irving Berlin were the men behind the throne. Common stocks and women's skirts were mounting to new heights, and I was doing pretty well myself. I had a smart little band, Chuck Arnold and his Sophisticates, that played the smaller circuits and one-night stands. We were doing a shot in Bloomington, and the dance pavilion was packed with the flaming youth of the town. That's when I met my Waterloo. Bloomington, 1929. Crazy rhythm, here's the doorway. I'll go my way, you go your way. Crazy rhythm, from now on we're through. Here is where we have a showdown. I'm too high-hat, you're too low down. Crazy rhythm, here's goodbye to you. They say that when a highbrow meets a lowbrow walking along Broadway, soon the highbrow, he has no brow. Ain't it a shame? And you're to blame. What's the use of prohibition? You produce the same condition. Crazy rhythm, I've gone crazy too. And now, kiddies, here's what you've all been waiting for. Somebody's big moment to win a prize. Now hold your breath and hold on to your checks while my brilliant manager and arranger here, Mr. Oscar Hoffman of Greenport, New York, selects the lucky number out of this bowl.
For this, I gave up a concert career. Here you are, hotshot.
Thank you, Oscar. And here it is, folks. Hold your breath.
Yeah, hold it good and long.
Here is the lucky number. It is 864. The number 864. Who's got it? 864.
Me.
Mimi has it.
Well, Mimi, come on up here to the bandstand, that a girl. Come on up. Don't be nervous. Here she comes, folks. Give her a great big hand. Well, Mimi with the 864. Come on, everybody. Let's give this girl a great big hand. Fortune smiles on a lovely lady, Miss...
Mayhew. Peggy Mayhew.
The lovely Miss Peggy Mayhew. And I'm not kidding, lovely, spelled W-O-W. Wow! Congratulations, Peggy, and now for the prizes. Let's see what we have. One book of green trading stamps from Baum's Department Store. Very nifty. And there's a season pass for the Poli Theater. Good Tuesday matinees. And one article of feminine attire, yeah. It's gift wrapped from Weebow's Department Store.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold.
All right, and now in honor of this very lovely little lady, the boys and I would like to do a special arrangement of You Were Meant for Me. Your hand, beautiful lady.
Oh, no. I mean, yes, sir.
You were meant for me. I looked down at Peggy Mayhew as I sang. I saw the worship in her eyes, and I thought, oh, here's another crooner-struck girl. Only there was more to this girl. All her heart was in her eyes, and it must have been a good heart, because those eyes were beautiful. All at once, I wasn't kidding. All at once, I meant every word of that song. This was it. Peggy Mayhew? Peggy Waterloo. After a third of a lifetime of girls, this was the girl. And I knew. I'm content the angels must have sent you, and they meant you just for me. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. All right, boys, take it.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold?
Chuck, it was very nice. I enjoyed it.
Oh, wait a minute. You're beautiful, do you know that?
Oh, thank you. May I have my hand back now?
How about a prize for me?
Prize?
Yeah, a kiss.
All right. You ask for it. There.
Hey. Whew. That's big-time foliage you got there.
Oh, I've got to go.
No, wait a minute. Look, Peggy. Meet me after the dance tonight.
I can't, Chuck. I'm with a date.
Well, meet me after the country lad takes you home.
Not tonight.
We play Peoria tomorrow night. How about coming over?
I don't know, Chuck.
Well, say you'll try.
All right, I'll try. I'll try.
I'll see you in my dreams, hold you in my dreams.
I did get to Peoria the next night. I could hear Chuck singing inside, but the doorman wouldn't let me in without an escort. I saw Oscar, Chuck's manager, and I gave him a note for Chuck.
Yeah, she gave me a note. Only I have a tender place in my heart for small-town girls who fall in love with Chuck Arnold. I tore the note up.
I kept waiting for Peggy to show up, and when she didn't, I get a sick feeling in the pit of my stomach, like when I lost my graduation watch and didn't know where to start looking. We finished playing at midnight. I went out afterward to walk off my disappointment. I passed the bus station, and there on a bench was Peggy Mayhew. Hey, Peggy. Hey, beautiful.
Chuck!
What happened? Where were you?
Well, they wouldn't let me in, so I gave Oscar a note. I don't know what happened. I thought you were...
I never got any note.
Oh, I've been waiting and waiting, and now it's time for the last bus home.
No, baby. How about something to eat?
I've got to get back home.
Well, one goodbye kiss.
No, Chuck, one kiss was enough, and I'm ashamed of...
Look, baby, I mean business.
Chuck...
Ooh. Wow. Some voltage.
Oh, Chuck, I thought I was never going to see you again.
Well, you're going to see a lot of me from now on. I'm going to find us a justice of the peace.
Justice of the peace?
Yep. I just proposed to you, and you just accepted.
Oh, Chuck, darling.
Writing another letter, baby?
Mm-hmm, Mom and Dad.
Hey, tell them about this plug in Variety. Arnold Combo garners top grosses on Midwest Flapper Circuit. Not bad, huh?
Oh, it's wonderful. Pretty soon you'll be on the front page.
Yeah, well, pretty soon you'll be writing the folks from New York.
New York? Oh, Chuck, are we going to New York?
We're booked into the Pennsylvania roof right after the first of the year.
The Pennsylvania roof? Well, that's a big time.
There's been a long pull, baby, but land is in sight.
Chuck Arnold, now playing Pennsylvania roof. Oh, I can see it in Variety here. Arnold Combo's sensation pen debut.
Hey, you write home to Mother and let Variety write their headlines.
Chuck, what does this headline mean? Wall Street lays an egg.
That. Nothing. Just forget about it. Forget it.
Well, you can't make me forget that today is our anniversary.
No kidding?
Mm-hmm, 2 months.
Well, let's go dancing someplace after the show.
All right, Chuck.
A busman's holiday, huh? After the show, we got a heavy date. It girl. Okay, boys, that closes shop for the night. Rehearsal 10 o'clock in the morning.
Hey, Chuck! Uh-oh, battle station, boys. Song plugger off the starboard beam.
Hiya there, Chucky boy. Hi, Oscar. Hi, boys. Chuck wants you to have a look at the biggest thing to hit the boards since Firpo ran into Dempsey. Have a look at the sleet sheet.
Now, wait a minute.
I'll circulate among the town here and give them copies. You can give it a fast rundown. I am Earl, Isaac Goldie, Murph Beatty.
Last song he showed me was Stardust. It'll never get any place. Anyway, whoever heard of Hoagie Carmichael?
Hey, is this the best you've got? It's an awful crummy title.
Great title, great song, great arrangement, just for you. Arranger opened the vein and wrote it with his heart's blood. Try it, kid. Get near this one.
Okay, let's go. Once over lightly, boys. What can we lose? No one to walk with, all by myself. No one to talk with, I'm happy on the shelf. Hey, misbehaving, I'm saving my love for you. I know for certain the one I love. I'm through with flirting, it's you I'm thinking of. Hey, misbehaving, I'm saving my love for you. Like Jack Horner in a corner, don't go nowhere, what do I care? Your kisses are worthwhile waiting for, believe me. I don't go out late, don't care to go. I'm home about 8, me and the radio. Ain't misbehaving, I'm saving all my love for you. Boom, da-da, bit-da-da. Time, tom, 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 da-da. Ain't misbehaving, 'cause I'm saving all my love. Yes, I'm slaving and I'm raving, even waving flags above.
da-da, da-da, die, don't, die, da-da.
Ain't celebrating cause I wanna keep me rating. I'd be hating to be dating if I kept my baby waiting. Like Jack Horner in a corner. Don't go nowhere, what do I care? Your kisses are worthwhile waiting. 1, 2, 3, 4, believe me.
Boom, da-da, da-da, die, don't, da-da.
Ain't fooling around, tearing all over town like a clown or a hound, cause I'm bound to get crowned. Boom, boom. Don't go out late, don't gotta go out home. About 8 feet, the radio ain't misbehaving. I'm saving all my love for whom? You.
Us?
Yeah.
Who?
Saving all my love for you. Well, how about Oscar?
Yes.
What do you know? That is going to be a smash, Oscar.
Yeah, well,
absolute smash.
Who'd have thought it was 3 a.m., you know? And what a smash hit you're going to be with Peggy.
What are you talking about?
Well, you had a date with her 3 hours ago.
Oh, wow. Oh, good night, fellas. I got to go.
Now, wait a minute. Hold it, Chuck. You see, she's asleep now. Your date is ruined anyhow, so I can tell you what I was going to hold back from you until tomorrow.
What's the matter?
It's been a bad Friday on Wall Street.
Well, how are we on the market?
Cleaned out. Now you better sit down while I break the bad news. All of it.
You are listening to the Hollywood Screen Directors presentation of You Are Meant for Me, starring Academy Award nominee Dan Daly in his original role, with Betty Lynn and Jim Backus, and introducing the director of the film, Lloyd Bacon.
The next night, I let Oscar conduct while I stood aside holding hands with Peggy trying to break the bad news. All of it.
Chuck, it doesn't matter if you've lost your money. You're just starting on your career. There's New York.
Look, honey, we don't get to play New York.
Oh. Well, you always did well on tour.
Yeah, well, you should see the cancellations pouring in. Our whole tour is falling apart.
Well, we'll just put Humpty Dumpty together again, that's all.
That was the band's next to the last number. We're all finished tonight, Peg. We're breaking up.
Oh. I didn't know it was that bad.
It's worse. But it's just a flurry, though. Don't worry.
We're broke.
Now, don't worry, I tell you.
Well, I'm just being practical. I was just thinking. What a wonderful opportunity for me to see my folks back in Bloomington.
I thought you were crazy to go to New York.
Well, if you want to know, I'm homesick.
Homesick? You sure?
Kind of.
Oh, well, that's different if you're homesick. Because if you wanted to go back just to save money...
Oh, no.
If you're homesick, that's different.
And you'll love living in Bloomington for a while.
Sure I will. That's where I met you.
Oh, look, Oscar's signaling you. It's your number.
It's my number, but it's for you, Peg.
I'll get by
as long as I have you. Though there be rain and darkness too, I'll not complain. I'll see it through. Poverty may come to me, it's true. But what care I? Say I'll get by as long as I have you. how I bowed out of the flapper circuit in 1929 and back into Bloomington. And life with father, and life with mother. Peggy's father and Peggy's mother.
Chuck was so proud. I remember the day in Brock's drugstore when we were pretending we were just resting in Bloomington before taking a big job at the Flamingo Room in Miami. The drugstore Victrola was playing Chuck's version of Ain't She Sweet.
See her coming down the street. Now I ask you very confidentially, ain't she sweet? Ain't
My old boyfriend, Eddie, was getting suspicious of our story and needling Chuck a little. And I guess that made Chuck do what he did.
Hey, Eddie, here's a $20 bill. I gotta go. Pay for the sodas all around and buy all the kids a copy of Ain't She Sweet with my compliments. Let's go, baby.
Chuck, that was kind of crazy tossing away our last $20 like that.
Yeah? Look at what came in the mail today. Hey, look, step over by the streetlight. Open it.
A check?
Yep. Royalties, $278. Famous Records Company quarterly accounting.
Why, we're rich.
Now, will you let me run things around here?
It's just that one of us has to be practical, dear.
All right, tell you what. From now on, you be practical and I'll be beautiful, okay?
Okay, beautiful.
Okay, practical.
Now, Peggy, there's nothing for you to worry about. Lots of women have babies.
Well, I was thinking about Chuck, Doctor.
He'll receive excellent care.
I mean, he doesn't know yet.
Well, tell him he's a big boy now. Now, take a spoonful of that malt and cod liver oil whenever you think of it. You don't need it, but it'll make you feel precious.
Hello, Mother.
Well, where have you been all morning, Peggy?
I had to go to the drugstore. Is Chuck still asleep?
Naturally. It's only noon.
Mother, Chuck sleeps late because his rhythm is different than ordinary people.
Well, if he was my husband, he'd change his rhythm to March time, I can tell you.
Mother, so long as Chuck is pulling our weight around here, I'm not going to let him be bullied into doing just anything. In fact, I see there's another letter on the table from the famous records. That means we'll have some money for you this afternoon.
My dear Mr. Arnold, please be advised that Famous Records Company has on this date filed petition in bankruptcy. That's all, Peggy.
No check?
No check. How can a big concern like that go broke? I don't get it. I just don't get it.
Hello? Who? Oh, well, just a minute. He's right here. Chuck, Chicago calling. It's Oscar.
Hello, Oscar. Hello. Yeah, go on. $75 a week? Well, the answer is no.
Chuck?
No, thanks, Oscar, but you ought to know I can't work for that kind of money.
Chuck, it'll tide us over for a while.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way about it, Oscar. Goodbye.
Oh, calling back, Chuck, calling back. Here, let me.
Give me that phone. Are you crazy? Suppose it gets around that I was playing for $75 a week.
But suppose something came up, a big doctor bill or something like that. $75 a week is better than nothing at all. It's big money in Bloomington.
Not to me, it isn't. I'd rather dig ditches or take in floors to scrub. You bawl out your old man because he doesn't sell as many bricks in his brick factory as he used to?
Well, at least he's working. He's always in there trying. He doesn't just mope around week after week, sponging on the family and... Oh, I didn't mean that, Chuck.
Okay, Peggy. You've said enough.
Chuck, I didn't mean to hurt you.
I'll be toddling along now. I'm through sponging off your family. I'm going to New York. You want to come along, okay? You want to stay here, okay, too.
Is that your ultimatum,
I said
Chuck?
you can come along. I'm not going to beg you.
You don't have to. You can go, Chuck. Alone.
Okay, I'll send for my things. Goodbye, baby.
I could show the world how to smile. I could be glad all of the while. I could change the gray skies to blue if I had you.
Peggy, will you please turn off that Victrola down there?
Yes, Mother.
Has that husband of yours come in yet?
No, Mother.
What?
He isn't coming home.
I can't hear you.
Wait. There. Can you hear me now? I was trying to tell you that husband of mine isn't... Oh, Oscar.
Well, don't be so cordial. You'll have trouble getting rid of me. Look, I get dizzy standing on a thick rug. So what do? I spend the afternoon in an airplane to get here just to talk Chuck out of a slight case of lunacy. Where is the guy?
He left for New York early today, and as far as I'm concerned, he can stay there.
Couldn't take it, could he? Glass jaw.
I think you're being a little harsh on him.
You can't still be in love with the quitter.
He's not a quitter. You ought to be ashamed, calling yourself Chuck's friend.
Oh, you don't hate the guy, then?
Oh, Oscar. Oscar, what am I going to do?
Well...
You might try serving up some dinner for a working man.
Chuck!
Hi, Oscar.
Get you in overalls.
Working all day in your old man's brickyard is work, Peggy.
Oh, darling, I thought... And you've hurt your foot.
Wheelbarrow ran over me. Dr. Jones said for me just to take that stuff he gave you.
Gave me?
Yeah. Doc wants me to keep up my strength. He says we're going to have a baby.
Well, I left Chuck and Peggy in a clinch and went to a neutral corner. Somehow they made out together, just the way the rest of America made out together. Then wheels began to creak into motion again. The dead eyes of factories sparkle again. There was nothing to fear but fear itself, the man said. I saw Chuck the other day. His wife and I had a ringside seat at the Pennsylvania roof.
Oscar, it's our lucky number song. Remember in 1929?
Yeah, here he comes. Silver in his voice and a gleam in his eye.
The winning number is 864. Who's got 864?
Me.
Hello, Mimi.
Hello, darling.
Happy anniversary. I'm content the angels must have sent you, and they meant you just for me.
In just a moment, our stars will return. Next week, the NBC Theater takes a long, hard look at domestic bliss as it brings you the satirical comedy The Perfect Marriage, starring 1948 Academy Award winner Loretta Young in her original role. And on following weeks, you will hear Fred McMurray and Bob Hope. And now, here are tonight's stars, Dan Daly and Betty Lynn, and screen director Lloyd Bacon.
Mr. Bacon, there's something I don't understand about your head.
Yes, Betty Lynn.
Well, Dan Daly told me you always wear a baseball cap.
Sure. Lloyd has a number 1 cap and a number 2 cap. The number 1 is the lid worn by last season's champs. He wears that when everything's going well on the set.
What about number 2 cap?
Oh, well, that cap from the team at the bottom of the heap, he wears that one when there's trouble.
But what does it mean when he doesn't wear any cap at all?
It means it's too darn hot in the studio.
Lloyd, before we say goodnight, I'd like to offer my thanks for the way you've shared your great knowledge of show business with the actors and actresses who've worked with you. Mister, working under your direction has really been an education.
After a compliment like that, Dan, there's only one way I can show my appreciation.
What's that, Mr. Bacon?
Put on my number 1 baseball cap. Good night, folks.
Good night.
Good night.
And good night to you, Dan Daly, Betty Lynn, and Lloyd Bacon. You Were Meant for Me was presented through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of Down to the Sea and Ships. Dan Daly is currently starring in the 20th Century Fox production Chicken Every Sunday, and Betty Lynn may be seen in the 20th Century Fox film Mother is a Freshman. Included in tonight's cast were Jim Backus, Bill Tracy, Irene Tedrow, Norman Field, and Dan Ritz. You Were Meant for Me, based on the story Orchestra Wife by James Prindle, was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger and original music composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, associate producer Bill Carr. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents
Screen Director's Assignment, Production, The Perfect Marriage, Director, Lewis Allen, Star, Loretta Young.
The NBC Theater came to you from Hollywood.
Bobby Riggs, the holder of the world's professional tennis championship, plays a dazzling game of tennis. And he handles a razor as smoothly as he does a tennis racket. Bobby Riggs is a brush and lather shaver. He writes me that Colgate Lather Shaving Cream helps give him that smoothness in shaving. Here's his letter.
Want to know why I'm sold on Colgate Lather Shaving Cream, Bill? Because every shave with Colgate Lather is sweet and smooth and clean as a whistle. That light, fine-textured shave cream makes wonderful whisker-wetting lather. It gets down in the stubble, softens the whiskers fast, makes shaving a breeze. Yes, sir, Colgate Lather Shaving Cream sure covers the court from baseline to net with speed, smoothness, and real shaving comfort. In my opinion, Colgate Lather is tops.
Thanks, Bobby Riggs. Your experience should get other brush and leather fans to try Colgate Lather Shaving Cream. That's all we ask, fellas. Just try it. Notice the rich, moist lather that the light, fine-textured shave cream makes. How thoroughly Colgate Lather softens your whiskers. When you use Colgate Lather Shaving Cream, you'll find your razor doesn't pull or scrape. Instead, it cuts through clean and smooth, and it leaves your face truly comfortable. Please, get some Colgate Lather Shaving Cream tomorrow. It's the lather shave of champions.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna. As those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man. Yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. Harry Lime had many lives. And I can recount all of them. How do I know? Very simple. Because my name is Harry Lime.
Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man in See Naples and Live.
Once upon a time, there was an exquisite and huge emerald locket which spent most of its life looking out of the world from the rather fleshy neck of a Mrs. Donaldson as she waddled like a golden duck across the international social horizon. I had a rather strong desire to change the habitat of this particular locket from the neck of this particular lady to my own particular itching palm. It was Naples before the war.
Enter. Ah, you kept me impatient for an hour, Mr. Lime.
I'm sorry, Signor Rubio. I just flew in from London, forgot to move my watch ahead.
It is my knowledge that you have been in Naples for 3 days now, but it does not matter. I am a man with a skill for waiting.
I'm going to be very brief. I won't waste any more of your time, old
man. Bueno. But first I must tell you that I have made all the arrangements to dispose of the Donaldson Emerald.
Oh, yes?
As soon as we possess it, of course.
There's a small item I forgot to tell you about, Signor Rubio. I have decided to include you out.
I do not think I understand.
To be brief and simple, I've decided to dissolve our partnership, old man.
Oh, you're disposing of me?
Perhaps that's a nicer way of saying it.
I do not prefer to be disposed.
Naturally, you don't, but sometimes we get disposed, whether we like it or not.
Mr. Lime, we began this enterprise together, and I think we shall finish it together.
You have never been more in error, old man. Now, you must forgive me for running off.
A moment, Mr. Lime.
Yes?
You recall Carlos?
I do.
And that young man from Innsbruck, I forget his name.
You mean Mannheimer?
Yes, if it were possible, they would be very sorry they were rude to me.
I'm now the most well-threatened man in Europe, and you have joined an innumerable caravan. Arrivederci.
Don't farewell me yet, Mr. Lime.
Sorry, but I really must.
Do not force me to shoot you. If you take one more step toward the door, I will fire.
Now, don't be a complete fool, old man. If they found a dead man in your room, they'd hang you.
I will be easy with you. Just tell me where Mrs. Donaldson is, and I will forgive you your ungratefulness.
Rubio, I'm on my way out. If you fire that gun, the police will be here before you can get out of the hotel. Buongiorno.
There's a saying in this city, see Naples and die.
It only proves that life is very short and uncertain for us all. Goodbye, old man. Believe me, I am not a professional hero. But I was not at all concerned about Signor Rubio putting a bullet in me, not in his hotel room. I hurried to the pier where the Arcturus was about to dock. She was carrying precious freight, Mrs. Donaldson. I'd already made arrangements with one of the customs officials to hold Mrs. Donaldson up on a pretext of going through her luggage. A few thousand liras did the trick.
Oh, you stubborn man. I tell you there's nothing contraband in my luggage. You've already gone through my clothes twice with your dirty hands. Amy, talk to this man. He doesn't understand a word of English.
My Italian is worse than his English.
Mi rincresce tanto, signora, ma è necessario. Ho istruzione di esaminare il vostro bagaglio. Deve aver pazienza.
What seems to be the trouble here?
Thank heavens, an American. I have no idea why this idiotic official is rummaging through my clothes.
That's just a matter of form, you know.
You think I was a smuggler or something. I've been to Naples many times, and there's never been this ridiculous fuss. I'll talk to the American consul. See to it that this man loses his job. I wonder if you could talk to him. That is, if you can speak Italian.
Of course, I'd be only too happy to. Let me see what I can do. Che cosa succede qui?
È di regola di esaminare ogni 25 passeggeri.
No, questo non è necessario, conosco le signore. Questa è la mia carta.
Ah, signore, mi rincresce tanto di aver dato alla signora tutto questo disturbo.
No, veramente. Niente. It's all right now, you're cleared. Here, let me help you your bags,
Thank you ever so much. I don't know what I would have done without you. Amy, get one of those porters to help us with the luggage.
Yes, Mrs. Donald.
I have my car here. I'll be glad to give you a lift to your hotel.
Oh, I wouldn't want you to bother.
Oh, no bother at all. One fellow American to another, you know.
Thank you. These taxi drivers rob you mercilessly.
Oh, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. My name is Lime. Harold Lime.
I'm Mrs. Frederica Donaldson. I'm so glad we ran into you. A wonderful piece of luck.
Well, let's say we're well met. Loveliness was gracing my car. Loveliness in the form of the emerald locket around Mrs. Donaldson's neck, and loveliness in the form of Amy Collins. She was Mrs. Donaldson's hired companion. She had red hair and eyes to match the emerald, and she liked me. I think she liked me. Every so often I'd catch her eye. And she'd turn away, as if she were guilty of something.
Really, Mr. Lamb, I've never been so humiliated.
Just standing there with that man poking away at my underthings, messing up all my clothes. Absolutely no regard for our feelings. Something should be done about this.
He was only following instructions. I don't think he was...
And doing anything of the sort. He was just being malicious and perverse. If it weren't for Mr. Lime, I don't know what would have happened. We're deeply indebted to him.
Oh, you don't owe me anything at all. I did what any other American would have done, Mrs. Donaldson.
I wish we could repay you for your kindness.
Well, I think maybe you can.
Wonderful. Just tell us what it is.
Well, I've got to buy my sister a gift. It's her birthday. I don't know too much about jewelry, so I wonder if either of you could come along and help me shop.
Of course we can. Amy does most of my shopping for me. She's very good at
That's
it.
wonderful.
I'm sure she'd be delighted to help you.
Don't you want me to help you get your things unpacked?
I'm already unpacked, thanks to that customs official. No, you go ahead. Just drop me at the hotel.
You don't mind, do you, Miss Collins?
Oh, no, not at all.
Good. It's a relief. Now, I'd like both of you to be my guests at dinner tonight.
That's very kind of you. We'd be delighted.
Oh, it's my pleasure, Mrs. Donaldson. Really, it's my pleasure. We deposited fat Mrs. Donaldson in a room, and then Amy and I went shopping. I took her along to the Corso Vittorio Emanuele, one of Naples' better thoroughfares.
What are you looking for, Mr. Lime?
Please, call me Harry.
All right.
May I call you Amy?
If you wish.
You don't sound very enthusiastic.
Please call me Amy.
That's much better.
What do you want to buy for your sister?
Some nice jewelry, a necklace or a locket, something like that. Mrs. Donaldson was wearing something pretty, something like that.
You don't know much about jewelry, do you?
Well, I know what I like. Most of the time, the things I like you can find in a dime store.
You won't find Mrs. Donaldson's locket in a dime store. It costs about $20,000.
$20,000? You're kidding.
No, that's a real emerald she has set in the locket.
Well, she must be crazy traveling with a thing like that flashing on her neck.
Oh, well, it's not very wise, but she's very sentimental about it. Her husband gave it to her just before he died. She swore to wear it every day of her life. She was very devoted to him.
Well, I suppose you think I'm pretty much of a chump about jewelry.
You have good taste.
I also have good luck meeting you.
Life is very strange, isn't it?
No, why?
Well, just half an hour ago, you and I were total strangers. Now here I am helping you buy a gift as if we'd known each other for a long time.
Well, there's nothing wrong in that, is there?
No, it's... Just at the moment you entered the scene, things seemed to move fast and efficiently.
You make it sound as if it were a fault.
Oh, I didn't mean it that way.
I can go away and come back again and do it more slowly.
I suppose I sound foolish.
Perhaps it's because you like me too soon.
Well,
I liked you too soon.
Well...
That's probably too fast for you, too, but you see, I'm a man who says what's on his mind. It's probably not a very efficient way of talking to a gentle soul like you.
Oh, no, I prefer straightforward people.
All right, now, you be straightforward. What was your first reaction to me when you first saw me?
I was interested, perhaps, maybe intrigued.
That's better.
You have a way of condensing relationships quickly.
Well, if people like each other, they don't need a calendar full of time to tell them about it.
Good things grow slowly. Here's a shop.
Well, they all look pretty. That filigree pin. I like that. It's very nice.
Which one?
The one near the large cameo.
Oh, yes, it is very pretty. Shall we go in?
Wait, let's look at the other things in the window.
I'm begging your pardon. I heard you conversing English.
We were talking American, a totally different language.
I'm trying to reach Via Salvatore Rosa. Could you inform me how to get there?
Sure, man. Turn right the next corner and go straight for 3 squares.
Oh, I'm much grateful.
That's right, all right.
You like a cigarette?
No, thank you very much. Just turn right at the next corner.
Oh, I'm unhappy to trouble you further,
Oh,
but do you have a match?
I'm sorry, but I don't have any matches with me.
I have a light.
Mademoiselle is most generous. 1,000 thanks.
Turn right at the next corner.
And 3 squares down,
3 squares down.
Good day to you all.
Good
Perhaps
day.
you will meet again, eh? Good day.
He seemed most reluctant to leave.
Yeah. An odd fellow.
Why did you refuse to give him a
I
light?
didn't like his face.
Did you ever see him before?
Why do you ask that?
We acted as if he knew you.
Well, I didn't care to know him.
I think you gave him the wrong direction.
Well, it could be.
It seems that if he followed your directions, he would find himself in the Bay of Naples.
I'm sure it won't dampen his spirits. Should we go in now?
Yes, of course. There's just one thing I'd like to ask you.
I'll answer anything you want.
What do you do for a living?
For a living? Oh, I'm a dealer in objets d'art. I wander through the world, collecting the best things.
Sounds very interesting.
It is. It's often quite exciting. Now, let's go in and buy that filigree pin.
Wells returns in just a moment as the third man. Now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man in See Naples and Live.
I bought a pin for 2,500 lira. On the way back to Amy's hotel, she was thoughtful and not much inclined to do any talking. I took her by the hand. She didn't object to that, but she didn't react to the touch. Put it simply, she just let me hold her hand, nothing more. I suspected that Signor Rubio had made too strong an impression. It was essential now that I work fast. The emerald would have to be in my pocket tonight or not at all. However, I wasn't worried about Rubio. Strange enough, it was Amy. Bothered me. I was beginning to be a little too fond of her. And that was bad. I always make it a point not to be too fond of anyone in this world.
This is a lovely romantic restaurant.
I'm glad you like it.
Discovered it, Mr. Lyon.
I just asked the porter in the hotel. They know everything in Italy. The portiers are the best informed people in the country.
It's simply delightful.
Oh, good.
Don't you think so, Amy?
Yes, I do. It's charming.
Won't you have some more spumante?
Well, just a drop. I declare, it's just like champagne.
Yes, it's the Italian version.
It's so kind of you to give so much time to us, Mr. Lyon. Really, it is. Amy, isn't Mr. Lyon just a dear?
I think they're most generous.
Oh, I'm having such a delicious time. I feel so happy. Happier than I've been since... I wish poor Benjamin were here with us. You would have liked him, Mr. Lyon.
Oh, I'm sure I would.
Poor Benjamin.
Oh, no, Mrs. Donaldson. Let's not be sad. Here, just have a little more spumante.
Oh, I really don't think we should. I'm afraid you're going to make us all drunk, Mr. Lyon.
Oh, Amy, I don't think another drop will hurt us. After all...
By this time, Mrs. Donaldson was becoming thoroughly relaxed. Spumante is a fine relaxer. I stirred the champagne with a wooden swizzle sticks, the bottom of which was well laced with phenobarbital. My keynote for the evening, as you can see, was relaxation. Before the evening was over, my emeralded guest was going to be the most relaxed woman in all Italy. The spumante bubbled and frothed over as I stirred it.
I know I shouldn't have another glass, but...
Perhaps you had better stop, Mrs. Donaldson.
Never. I just feel so wonderful.
How about you, Amy?
All right.
A toast to us. May we always be as happy as we are now.
A toast to you, Mr. Lyon. You wonderful, wonderful man.
I patted her neck. I wanted her to get used to the touch of my hand against her neck. She withdrew a little. Her neck had become super sensitive about the locket. So we drank. I studied the clasp on the locket. It was a simple device. You turned a tiny wheel, and it released the catch. Just a twist of the wrist.
The musicians are going to play again.
Come here.
Please, Mr. Lime, no more spumante.
No, I have a special surprise.
Yes, Signore?
Have the musicians come over here.
Yes, Signore.
Oh, isn't that sweet?
That's a lovely gesture, Harry.
I thought you'd forgotten my first name.
Here they are, Signore. What would you like them to play?
What would you like, Mrs. Donaldson?
Oh, I can't think of a thing.
How about some Neapolitan songs?
Per favore, Monastero Santa Chiara. Cantatelo. It was going to be very easy. They were completely at ease, and they trusted me. Amy stole her hand into mine as they played. It was really quite pleasant. I leaned back and relaxed.
That was just beautiful.
Very good. Thank you. Molto grazie. Here's something for the lads.
Oh, grazie, Signore.
Did you enjoy it, Mrs. Donaldson?
They played divine.
I have a wonderful idea. How would you all like to go for a drive to Pompeii?
At this hour?
Yeah, it's only 10 o'clock. It's a full moon. Be quite a thrill.
I'd adore to go. Fascinating place. I've been there many times.
Well, you have to see it at night.
Isn't it closed?
Of course it is. We can go in through the back way near the arena.
I'm willing if Mrs. Donaldson is. Try and stop me. What a marvelous idea.
Just one thing.
What is it?
Amy told me about your emerald locket. I think it'd be safer if you left it at your hotel. In the safe at the hotel.
Don't you worry about it. I never take it off
No, but
my
really.
neck. Except when I retire. Don't worry about it. It's perfectly safe. Besides, we won't find any criminals in Pompeii.
No, I'm sure not. But all the same, I'd feel better if you left the
Oh,
locket.
no, I can't do that. Please don't fret about it.
All right, if you're sure.
Let's go right now.
Just let me pay the bill. Cameriere?
Yes, signore.
Conto, per favore. Check.
Sì, signore.
It was less than an hour's ride to the ancient, extinct city of Pompeii, lying like a corpse at the foot of its killer, Vesuvius. We entered through the gardens of an ancient home. The moon shone down hard and white, lighting up the empty city.
Isn't it thrilling?
Beautiful and frightening.
A chap by the name of Trebio Valenti used to live here. He hasn't been home for nearly 2,000 years. Here we are in Abbondanza Street. It's in perfect condition.
Isn't it exciting?
It's unbelievable.
Look at the gutter. You can see where the chariot wheels made deep ruts in the stone.
What a narrow street.
We can walk in the gutter. I don't think we'll be run over by any chariots tonight.
Where does this street lead to?
To the Forum.
What about those lovely buildings?
Oh, they're old mansions. Belong to a couple of rich fellows. See the sign on the wall?
What does it say?
Post no bills. In Latin.
And the sign alongside of it?
Down with such and such a tyrant. Time has worn away the name.
Just amazing.
It's all beginning to make me feel faint.
Oh, don't you feel well, Mrs. Donaldson?
I feel fine. Just sleepy. I don't know why I should feel sleepy when I'm so excited.
Don't you want to sit down?
Maybe I'd better.
We'll just rest for a moment.
I think we'd better go back.
We will, but first we'll let Mrs. Donaldson catch a few minutes' rest. There's a marble bench in the atrium of the Casa de Ceriali. He used to be an arrogant rich man who didn't like the strangers visiting his palatial home, but I don't think he'll mind now.
Oh, it's lovely in
Here we are. You sit down, Mrs. Donaldson, and rest your shoulder against mine. There you are.
You're darling, Mr. Lyme.
Amy, if you walk into the other room to your right, you'll see some excellent frescoes. They're beautifully preserved.
May I have the flashlight?
Yes, here. Mrs. Donaldson was sleeping softly. I pressed my fingers against her neck to test her responses. There was no reaction. Tried it again so that even in her sleep she would feel no alarm, become accustomed to the feel of fingers around her throat. She slept peacefully on. I quickly unloosed the catch and with slow care, not to slide the locket, picked it gently off her neck. At the same time, I held her hand to divert a sensation of touch. It was done quickly. I was ready to make my silent departure, gently propped her against a pillar. Then I heard a sound that froze me. Footsteps. Footsteps, and they weren't Amy's. Who's there?
What's the matter?
I caught a glimpse of him. It was one of the guards. There was only one thing to do. Run. Star Stabione, I turned the corner and ran into one of the old Roman baths. I made for one of the rooms, expecting it to have another exit. It was dark, and I fumbled around. I had a very unpleasant feeling when I became aware that the only way out was the way I came in. I reined back. It was too late. My pursuer was standing at the entrance with a flashlight in one hand and a gun in the other. It was not a guard. It was a Rubio.
You see, Harry, fate has thrown us together again.
It's still around her neck.
The locket, please.
I just told you.
I'm not in my hotel now. This time I will kill you. Give me the locket.
I'm not a usually reckless fellow, but this time I did a very rash thing. I rushed him. He fired. The bullet tore a hole in my shoulder, barely touching my skin. I wrestled with him. He fell on the marble floor. He was wiry, very strong. In a few seconds, it was clear that he was in far better shape than I. Then he hit me a very rude blow on the head with a gun. And I abandoned the fight. For a moment, I just lay there thinking what a very evil moment of my life this was.
Now, the locket.
Okay.
Thank you. And now I think I will dispose of you for having caused me all this trouble.
Halt! All'armamento! Getta il revolver, signore, altrimenti tiro.
That's the police, Rubio, old man. You're caught.
Momento.
Caught red-handed.
Come. But the emerald.
It doesn't belong to you, old man. Better go along quietly with the police. Look, there's some more of them coming through the door. No use putting up a fight. Remember what I've always told you, old man. Crime doesn't pay.
I
don't know how to thank you, Mr. Lime. Risking your life to save my locket.
Oh, that's all right.
You're the most brave man to chase after him in the dark, unarmed.
I just gone to see where Amy was, and I heard the sound. There he was, deftly removing the locket from your neck.
I felt someone puttering around my neck, but I thought it was you.
Oh, really?
I was asleep, you know.
Yeah. Now, I had my suspicions about this Rubio from the first.
Does the wound hurt much?
Oh, it's nothing, just a hole in my suit.
And a bad bump on your head. You poor boy.
It'll heal.
Amy, you haven't said a word to our hero since they arrested that Rubio man.
I'm just stunned.
Oh, I'm sorry we got you into this. I never should have taken you to Pompey. It's all my fault.
Of course not. That terrible man would have tried to snatch the locket wherever I was. Just a lucky thing I met up with you. I'm going to give you a gift. You just must take it. £100 note.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it.
You'd make me very happy if you took it.
Oh, no, I absolutely
Please,
couldn't.
Mr. Lime, please.
Well, if it means so much to you, I'll give it to my favorite charity. Well, here we are at the hotel, safe and sound.
Thanks to you. I must run upstairs. The whole thing has given me a severe headache. You will call me in the morning, won't you, Mr. Lime?
Indeed, I will, Mrs. Donaldson.
Good night.
Good night. Oh, Amy, can I have a word with you?
I'll be up in a moment, Mrs. Donaldson.
Of course, dear. Good night again. And bless you, Mr. Lime.
I'm sorry about this evening, Amy.
So am I.
Let's meet for lunch tomorrow.
No, Harry.
Why not?
I never saw the frescoes on the wall.
You didn't?
No, I didn't find them, and I walked all the way around. I saw you from the front entrance.
Oh.
Besides, the man who deals in fine arts would know an emerald locket from a dime store trinket.
Yes. Should have thought of that.
I was beginning to like you very much, Harry.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm not the kind of man you'd like to begin to like a little more.
It's a pity.
You want to see me again, ever?
It'll never be any good.
Well, you might as well have the filigree pin.
What about your sister?
I haven't spoken to my sister in 10 years. She doesn't approve of me. Supposing I give it to you.
No, thanks.
You mean you wouldn't take it?
No, I couldn't.
Well, supposing if you didn't take it, I just threw it away.
Oh, but you shouldn't do that.
Oh, I won't. We were just supposing. Now, goodbye, Amy. There's no supposing about that, I suppose.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
As I walked to my hotel, I thought about l'affaire Emerald. It cost me about $100 to bribe the custom official with champagne and a gold filigree pin. The reward left me with a profit of $270-odd plus a bump on the head and a hole in my suit. I'd lost the lovely green emerald and the lovely green eyes of Amy. The emerald didn't bother me too much, but Amy. Amy. She nearly interfered with the great romance of my life. My love for Harry Lime.
first, here's a mighty swell suggestion. Kellogg's Pep! Say, gang, you'll want to spread the news around to all your friends that you're collecting those slick new comic buttons that now come in packages of Kellogg's Pep. Because that's the only way they'll know you can trade duplicates with them. And you wouldn't want to miss out on that fun. You want to be sure you round out your collection of all 18 different buttons. Yep, that's 18 different comic strip characters, like Smitty and K.O. and Herbie and Superman, of course. And the best part is, you don't have to send in a single penny for these sharp, new comic buttons, not even a box top. Fact is, you can't buy them anywhere. But you can ask Mom to get you a package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Inside each package, there's a thrilling prize, one of these bright new comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. Remember, that's P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
My friend, we shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of The Steps That Follow Me. The Steps That Walks? Well, how did he come to get that name?
Because people around here have seen him at night.
But he's dead.
That's right, he's dead. And they've seen him walking.
It must be their imagination.
Ain't their imaginations, I know. I've seen him myself.
What are you trying to do? Frighten us?
I ain't trying to frighten you none. I don't have to. You frighten me. Old Mr. Thomas, the death that walks. Because he'll come for you. He'll come for you.
I have before me the diary of a dead man. He and his wife were my best friends. The words he's written down tell a tale so fantastic it's almost impossible to believe. Yet I know that Bill and Helen Mason lived the last few months of their lives in dread fear of the slow steps that followed them. It is late evening as I read his words. I have come to their house, now so empty, and sit in the large, overstuffed leather chair in the library. Outside, rain pummels against the side of the house. The wind blows the fall leaves from the trees, and the sound of thunder gives vent to the anger of the storm. There's something in the house. A tension. A fear, perhaps. I feel almost as if unseen eyes were watching me. As if someone is here with me. Here in this room. And so I start to read his diary. Living words from the pen of a man who sleeps forever. March 3rd. Today, Helen and I came across one of those delightful old southern mansions. We decided to stop and make a study of the place. And Helen was especially interested in taking some color pictures to illustrate our lecture series in the fall. Well, I guess no one will mind if we take a look around the place.
No, I'm sure they wouldn't. Oh, it's a shame that whoever owns the house and grounds let the place run down this way. It must have been beautiful in its day.
Yeah, I imagine it was, Helen. And the house could still be saved, renovated. Beautiful place.
Oh, wait a minute. I'd like to get a shot from here. If that turns out, it'll make a nice picture.
Helen?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what that building is over there.
Where?
Right over there, just in back of the house.
Oh, well, no one's to stop us. Why don't we take a look?
All right, let's do. Can't understand why anyone would let the grounds and house deteriorate so.
Well, it must have cost a lot of money to run a place as large as this, darling.
The real estate office probably couldn't find a buyer.
No, you're probably right.
I noticed the other building doesn't seem to be so run down.
No. It's in remarkably fine condition. It must have been built a lot later than the house. Seems to be made of stone. Gray stone.
I wonder what it's used for.
Don't know. Actually, I believe that someone lived in the old house not too long ago, and I think probably the second building was constructed during that time.
Well, it's a crime to let a beautiful old place run down like this.
Well, here we are.
Bill,
Yes, dear?
it doesn't have any windows.
Yes, I noticed that. Seems rather strange. Oh, well, maybe it was used for a store.
Oh, look at the door.
Well, what's the matter with it?
I think the lock's broken.
Yeah, you're right.
Why don't we take a look inside?
All right. The lock's all rusted through. There. Yeah, that does it.
And now to see what's inside.
Well, there might not be any windows, but there's a skylight that lets in the sun. Come on, let's go in.
All right. Ooh. So cold.
So I noticed. Helen,
Stand in the center of the floor.
that's just what I was going to say. This isn't a storehouse by any stretch of the imagination. It's a mausoleum. That thing in the center of the floor is a sarcophagus. Stone coffin.
There's nothing else in here. Just that thing in the center. And yet I feel it's crowded. As if there are things here that we can't see.
That's nonsense, darling. Hey, look, notice how the sun falls across the head of the sarcophagus.
Yes, I wonder if we're light enough to take a picture.
I doubt it, but you could try.
Well, I might as well if it turns out that...
What are you two doing in here?
We noticed the lock was broken, and so we came on in.
You shouldn't have done that.
Why not? We didn't do any harm.
I'm sure of that, but he won't like it.
Who won't like it?
The thing that sleeps in that stone coffin.
What are you talking about?
Just what I said. You didn't notice the writing over the door when you came in, did you?
What writing?
You didn't notice it then. That's a shame. Because you didn't know what you was getting into.
Getting into? Look, I'm sorry, but I just don't understand. We didn't hurt anything. We're not intending to steal anything.
Well, that don't make no difference. He doesn't care what your reasons were.
Who is...
They called him Mr. Thomas when he was living. They call him the Death That Walks, now that he's dead.
The Death That Walks? Well, how did he come to get that name?
Because people around here have seen him. It's nice.
But he's dead.
That's right, he's dead. And they've seen him walking.
That must be their imagination.
It ain't their imagination. I know. I've seen him myself.
What are you trying to do? Frighten us?
I ain't trying to frighten you none. I don't have to. You frighten you. Old Mr. Thomas. The Death That Walks.
I think we'd better go, Bill.
You don't believe what I'm telling you. That's all right with me. I don't care what you believe. But you listen to what I'm saying now. If I was you, I'd get away from here as fast as I could. Not just from this place, but from the town, from this part of the country.
Why?
You want me to tell you a little of the story?
Yes.
All right. Maybe you'll believe me then. Old Thomas came here from someplace in Europe. I say old, but he really wasn't old. Just seemed that way. He brought the house and grounds here and had them cleaned up till the place looked like it was brand new. And he started building this here building. There's something funny about Thomas, something in his eyes that make you frightened of him. His eyes, they look like the eyes of a dead man. He didn't act like anyone I ever knew. He was always talking about death. Always telling me he could come back after death. I was the caretaker then, just like I am now. After this building was completed, I used to watch him at night, but he'd come out here. It seemed like he was in some sort of a trance. He'd stay out here for hours. And when he'd come back to the house, his eyes would glisten and shine, so you couldn't hardly look at him. A week before he died, he told me that as long as I lived, I was to take care of this place. Because if I didn't, he'd come back and kill me. And then he died. Just like that. And he was put in here, in his coffin. And one night, about 2 months later, when the moon was was full. I heard a noise. When I come out to look, I saw the door to this place opening, and him come out in the moonlight. And I could hear his footsteps. It sounded queer and hollow-like. And I turned around and I could see his face in the moonlight, pale and pasty, sick-looking. And those eyes of his seemed like two burning coals of fire. He seemed to be looking at me. And I heard him say, "They have disturbed me, and the moon has awakened me. I shall follow them." That's what he said. And I heard it just as plain as you're hearing me. And then he vanished in the night. Towards morning, I heard his footsteps again. And I heard that big iron door closing. And I knew he was back. The next day in town, I heard that Alf Cummins had died the night before, screaming something about not meaning to go into the mausoleum. I knew who killed him.
And that's all there is to the story?
Oh, that's just part of it. It's happened again and again in the last 10 years since he's been dead. Folks around here say he'll follow you wherever you go if you come inside here.
Well, in that case, why haven't you been killed?
Because he needs me. He ain't going to kill me. But if I was you, I'd get out of this part of the country just as soon as I could.
Let's go back to the hotel, Bill.
Yes, all right, dear.
You going to get away from here?
Yes, we'd better get going.
I wish I'd have been here when you come, but I was in town getting this lock. You can't go around leaving this door unlocked. That ought to satisfy him.
There's an inscription, Bill.
Yeah, that's the writing, I mean. Got a nice sentiment, ain't it?
If you enter here, into the realm of death, I shall follow you and bring him with me. March 3rd, later. I sit here and write these words. It's quite late and the moon has risen full in the sky. Helen is standing by the window looking out. For some reason, I am frightened. And yet I know that a few months from now I shall only laugh at the memory of my fright. However, in the morning, I do believe that we will leave this place.
All through?
Yes, for tonight at least. I think we'll be leaving tomorrow, Helen.
Oh, I'm glad. I don't believe the caretaker story, and yet I'm afraid.
Yeah. It's a beautiful night.
Yes, isn't it? That moon so big and full that it could... Bill.
Yes, dear?
Look down there at the street. There's a man down there.
Oh, there's nothing to be...
Bill! He's looking straight up at us. And pointing to us. Look at his face, Bill. Look at his face.
Pale. Pasty looking. And his eyes like two burning coals of fire.
You are listening to the tale of The Steps That Follow Me.
As I read these pages, the words stare up at me, and their formations bring to life a nameless terror which I feel all around me. Outside, the storm still rages, yet the sound of it fades from my mind as the terror in the pages of the volume I hold before me becomes increasingly apparent. March 3rd. Still later. The man down in the street, whomever he was, left after about 10 minutes. He has given us quite a fright. Where I felt any doubts as to whether or not we should leave this place, they've all been dispelled now. Helen has just gone to bed. I think I shall do the same.
If we're going to leave in the morning, you'd better get to sleep, Bill. I want to get out of here as soon as I can.
Yes, I was just coming to bed, Helen.
That man we saw.
Yes?
It might be only coincidence.
Do you really believe that, Helen, or are you trying to talk yourself into it?
I guess I'm trying to rationalize it. And I'm afraid I'm not doing a very good job of it.
Well, I don't know what to believe. It could be coincidence, but somehow I'm afraid it isn't.
Then you think that...
Maybe. No, don't worry about it, Helen. By tomorrow we'll be several hundred miles from here. And I doubt if whomever it was will follow us.
They sound just like the steps that caretaker described to us.
Yes, but we saw him walk away.
Isn't Billy's in the room upstairs?
Well, it's probably someone else.
It's not. I know it's not.
All right. Just a minute. I'll call the desk. This is William Mason in 316. Can you tell me who has the room directly above mine? Clerk's going to check. Yes? Oh, I see. No, thank you very much.
What did the clerk say?
The room directly above ours is unoccupied. March 4th. We left the hotel a short time after we heard the steps. We went immediately to our car and drove all night and all day. And are stopping now in a motel almost 1,000 miles away. It's reassuring to know that he could not possibly follow us. I am very tired. I'll go to bed and get an early start in the morning. Helen, you asleep?
No.
What are you thinking about?
The words that were written above the mausoleum door. If you enter here into the realm of death, I shall follow you and bring him with me. Bill?
Yes, I hear them too.
He couldn't possibly have come this far, could he?
I don't know. What's the matter?
Your face. Pressed against the window.
It's not there now.
It was there for just a few seconds. I saw it, Bill. The same man we saw last night outside the hotel. He was right outside the window.
March 5th. This morning when I went in to pay the bill, the man who owns the motel said a strange, pasty-faced man had been in earlier and told him to tell me that he would follow me. March 11th. It's impossible to get any material together that'll help me in my work. Everywhere we go, he's there also. March 16th.
Yeah, Mr. Mason, this guy said it was all right for you to go on ahead because he was going to follow you.
March 22nd.
No, he didn't leave a name. He just said that he'd be in touch with you.
April 7th.
Never saw anyone who looked like that before. Is he a friend of yours, Mr. Mason?
April 18th.
He said he'd follow you.
April 29th.
Told me to say he'd follow you.
May 15th.
Follow you.
Follow you.
Follow you.
Follow you.
Follow you.
Follow you.
No, I can't stand it. I can't stand it.
I wish there was something I could do, Helen, but there's nothing. I've done my best, Wilson, but I can't.
I want to go home, Bill.
Oh, if we go home, it'll be the same thing.
Maybe it won't. I can't stand this anymore.
All right, darling. We'll leave for home right away. June 23rd. We arrived home this evening. I called Gary as soon as I could. He said he'd be out within the hour to see us. He wasn't able to help us in any way. I really didn't expect any help. I was hoping that he might be able to offer some concrete suggestion as to what to do. However, last night
was the first night in months that we haven't been aware of his presence. Maybe Helen is right. Perhaps he won't follow us here. July 3rd. We've not seen or heard anything unusual since we first came home. I feel as a man might feel who has been given a new lease on life. July 10th. Still nothing. August 19th. For the past 2 months, a feeling of peace and security has enveloped the house. Helen and I have been able to go around with no sense of danger nor of dread. But last night, that feeling was shattered. Gary had come out for dinner. It was almost 10 o'clock.
Well, it's about time for me to get along.
Oh, it's only 10, Gary. Sure you don't have to go so soon.
I'm afraid I must, Helen. Tomorrow's a working day for me.
Well, I thought I might be able to get you into a game of chess.
Oh, some other time, Bill.
Well, next time, don't stay away so long.
Don't worry. I think we ought to... Tell me, is someone upstairs?
No.
Well, listen.
He's back.
Who's back?
The man we told you about. Those are his footsteps. I'd know them anywhere. I should. I've heard them enough.
What are you going to do?
Look, will you come upstairs with me, Gary?
Yes, of course.
You stay here, Helen.
Don't go up there, Bill. Don't let him, Gary.
No, Helen. This time I'm going to meet him face to face.
And I'm going with you.
No, you're not. You're going to stay right here. You ready, Gary?
Yes.
Okay, let's go.
Be careful.
As careful as we can.
If he is up there, what are you going to do?
I don't know. We'll find that out when the time comes. Those steps came from the guest room.
I don't hear anything.
Well, let's see if he's in there. Stand back, Gary. I'm going to open the door.
Right.
It's empty. There's no one in here.
But I heard someone up here.
Yes, he was here, but he's gone. I can feel it when he's near me. I know that... Come on. Helen! Helen, where are you? Helen!
There she is. In the front room.
Helen. What's the matter, Helen? Helen, answer me.
She can't, Bill. She's sitting there with her eyes wide open. She's dead.
August 23rd. We buried her today. As I sit here in the empty house writing this, I know that Thomas will come for me, too. I am writing this in the hope that someone will find it, read it, and maybe understand my death. It's lonely here, yet suddenly I have the feeling that I'm not alone. Someone is here with me. He is here, in this room with me. I'm afraid to turn and meet him. Have those eyes of his burning into me. And yet I must. I pray that someone reads this. Perhaps he will...
Manuscript in full. The August 23rd entry was the last he ever made. The feeling of creeping horror that runs through the pages has imparted itself to me. And I sense that someone is here with me. Of course, I realize that it's only my imagination. But I can't shake that feeling. There is someone here. Who are you?
Who do you think I
characters and events portrayed on this program are fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead or to actual events is purely coincidental. Featured on this program were Carl Grayson as William Mason, Eloise Comer as Helen Mason, Richard Thorne as Gary, and Sam Siegel as the caretaker. Original music moods were created and performed by Harold Turner. These programs are directed by Leroy Alliger, written and produced by Richard Thorne. Your announcer is George Bauer. This program came from Chicago.
Oh, this miserable cold. And my sinuses.
Haven't you heard about Dristan? Dristan decongestant tablets for real relief from cold's misery and sinus congestion. Dristan is the revolutionary 3-layer tablet which for the first time makes it possible to unite certain medically proven ingredients into one fast-acting uncoated tablet. Dristan not only helps drain all 8 sinus cavities, critical areas of cold's infection, but circulating through the blood, Dristan's decongestant reaches all congested areas, shrinks all swollen membranes, relieves pressure and pain. An exclusive anti-allergent helps keep breathing passages dry and clear. Pain relievers reduce body aches, fever. Vitamin C helps build body resistance. This is Dristan. Today, Dristan is widely imitated, but the exclusive Dristan formula cannot be duplicated. There's nothing like Dristan decongestant tablets.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. Faithful valet Cato, Brett Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Brett Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again. Hurry, Cato! We're out to smash a parking lot racket! I want 10% from every parking lot in the city, understand? We're getting them lined up fast, Bleeker. You gotta make it faster. Get out and start collecting that dough. I want more money coming in.
35, 40, 45, 60, 55, 60.
Where's that dough, Carson? I'm not paying any money for racket chiselers like you. We'll be back to persuade you. Go! They won't listen to reason. Smash a couple of the cars, throw a couple of bombs, start a few fires. They'll lay it on the line.
20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70.
Parking lot. Toss that bomb. You stick out. A bomb! Like the cars! It's them racketeers!
500, 550, 600, 650, 700, 700.
Some blasted rat's going to smash all the tires in the lot. That's paid plenty for this. Morning, Blake. How's your parking lot going? What's you, Blake? 10%, Blake. Pay it and you won't run into grief with your parked cars. All right, you got me. I'll pay. 10, 20, 30, 40.
4,500, 5,000.
Pay up. Pay for protection. Wrecked cars. You only my business. 10%. Okay, I'll pay. You win. Go for the racket. Take in. 10%. Here you are. Don't smash any more cars. I'll pay. Hand the dough over. Here's the money. There, we got a wind up. Count the money, May.
19,000, 20,000.
Look at it. Pile up. Look at it. Pile up.
Golly, these we must have driven downtown early.
Why, Exford? No earlier than usual.
Then holy crow, at first the parking lot so empty. You don't think that... There, Reed. Today and Sunday, is it? Don't tell me we made a mistake and come down to the Sentinel on Sunday.
Why not? The Sentinel's a daily paper. There are plenty down on Sunday.
Cover the snakes. I never come down.
Like Exford, it's not Sunday.
Look it, there ain't hardly 6 cars in the parking lot.
Morning, Mr. Reed. Hello, Schaefer.
What are you wearing the long face for, Schaefer? You're looking like a candidate for the morgue with the other cadavers.
You better go to that parking lot across the street, Mr. Reed. Why? I can't handle you here.
Super snakes, what's he trying to do? Don't you like it? Or maybe Reed Sedan ain't good enough for your parking lot, giving us the cold shoulder.
Shut up, Exford. Don't you see something's wrong?
Huh? Oh, golly, is there?
Why can't we park here, Schaefer? There's plenty of room. Yeah, after all the accidents I've been having. Yeah, we've heard about them at the Sentinel. So the city. They may take away my parking lot license.
Golly.
The insurance company has already turned me down as a bad risk. So since you're a particular customer of mine, you'll be better off at another parking lot. Your license hasn't been revoked yet, has it? Not yet. I have my own insurance on the car.
Hey, Reed, where are you going?
Get out, Exford. We're parking the car here. Mr. Reed, how's yours, Schaefer? I'll call for it at the end of the day. Suppose something happens. What about these other cars? Well, I told them the same thing, but no... They wouldn't listen, eh? Well, put me down as the same kind of sucker, then, Schaefer. Well, this is swell of you, Mr. Reed. You see, Schaefer, I know something about those accidents.
How do you read the way you say it? You don't mean accident.
I don't. You've heard of Bleecker.
You mean the racketeer?
He's behind your trouble, isn't he, Schaefer? I won't pay that dirty rat 1 red cent. I thought that was it. 10% he wants, for protection. Yeah, protection.
Holy crow, why don't you tell the police?
I've told everyone. What good does it do me?
No, don't tell me he's bribing the police.
Of course not, Exford, but Bleeker's smart. That's it. Everybody knows he's pulling a racket. But how can you stop it when you can't get proof that it's his guerrillas who go around smashing cars and cutting up the tires in parking lots? You've had that happen? Oh, everything. And still you refuse to knuckle under? Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I ought to pay the 10%. Yeah, you've fought them this far. Why lose your fight now? I wouldn't mind if it was fight so long as it was a fair fight. But them rats work in the dark. And the police can do nothing, eh? Not a thing. I see.
Hey, Reed, what are you daydreaming about?
Daydreaming?
You had a kind of faraway look in your eye, like you was up to something. Only just when I was getting me brain around to figuring out what, you lost that faraway look, and golly, now I can't tell.
You'll just have to wait till that look comes back.
Ah, you got something up your sleeve, I know it.
Just as well you're not a mind reader, actually. Huh? There are times when I like to keep my thoughts to myself. And this is definitely one of them.
Letters, and more letters. How do you bake a chicken pie? It's barbecued beef made in barbershop. Gunnigan, if you keep grinning at me, I swear I'll get the screaming meanies.
Don't you like my always, Miss Case?
No, but even less do I like handling this cooking advice for the homebody column.
It's only for one day. Somebody had to take Miss Topper's place.
Good grief, why does Mr. Reed have to pick this one day to be out of the office? It leaves me with so little work on my desk that I just couldn't excuse myself from this.
Casey, why don't you stick those letters back where they belong?
I like it better here.
This is the city editor's cubbyhole. My cubbyhole.
Things could do with a good cleaning.
Don't go domestic on me.
Why not? I'm reading very domestic letters.
Miss Topper's desk is out in the city room. See? Through the glass. Out there.
Too drafty. I like it better here. Or did I say that?
You did.
Well, here's a typewritten letter. Most of them are in longhand.
All right. One housewife can have a typewriter. No law against it.
Well, let's see what recipe she wants.
Go ahead, Casey, but never mind the talk.
Okay, I won't bother you.
Casey, what's the idea of knocking the typewriter table over? If that's your substitute for talk, you...
Finnegan, this letter.
What's the matter with you?
Why, it's from a man. Not a woman, a man.
So what? Men are interested in cooking?
Read it. Go ahead.
Listen, I have a front page makeup to schedule.
Read it. Does it say what I think it does?
In cooking up a stew about... Oh, Casey, I'm not interested in this hooey.
Good grief, will you finish? There's more.
In cooking up a stew about a certain type of racket now being worked. Jump in blue blazes. It's about the parking racket.
That's what I read, too. I couldn't believe it, but look. Look at the signature.
Signature? Well, I'll be a first cousin to an animal trainer. It's signed the Green Hornet.
That's what I thought. The Green Hornet.
That crew's got a sense of humor. Sending it to the Hints for Housewives column.
It's the first time anything sensational came to this column since that cook sent in a recipe for hot buttered scones.
Never mind the banter. This is big.
Where are you going?
Right. Hey, Larry. Yeah. Take your elbows off that desk and come in here. Casey, get on the phone and call the studio.
What for?
Get on. Tell them I want a sample made of this Hornet letter. Half tone for the front page.
Right. Give me the dark room, operator.
What's the 4-star special, Chief? Get in here and close that door. We got a note from the Green Hornet.
Huh? Holy mackerel.
The door!
What about it? What did it say?
Here, read proof on it yourself.
Oh, dark room. Send a boy to the city desk. There's a rush job on the snapshot, and Gunnigan's waiting.
Well, is that something?
Great guns. According to this, the Hornet's coming right out and saying he's going to take that racket away from Bleecker. One crook fights another.
That's going into print in the Sentinel.
Are you sure this is on the level, Gunnigan? It hasn't got a Hornet seal. Gosh, that's a thought.
Yeah, why isn't Reed here? He's an authority on the Hornet notes. He'd check the paper it's written on.
I don't know where he is.
Holy cow, Gunnigan! Guess what? I expect this is no telephone booth. Get back! Reed, glad you're here.
Boss, take a look at this. We run into more excitement, it seems.
More? There can't be more.
What this guy's got to show you is more exciting than anything you got, Gunnigan. What guy?
Who is he?
His name's Schaefer. He runs a parking lot across from the Sentinel building. A parking lot? Well, that's just what we were talking about.
He got a threatening letter. What?
Yeah, he's going to get dough from me or else.
Now, wait a minute. One thing at a time. Reed, we got a letter, too.
I'm telling you, it can't be as important as this, Gunnigan. Why, golly, Schaefer got a threat from the Green Hornet. So what? The letter we got... What? What's that?
The Green Hornet?
Yes, Gunnigan. Actually, I got into the parking lot when he was looking it over.
Well, what's he all staring at us for?
Because your big lug, this letter is from the same writer. Holy cow! The Hornet? To mail them both at once, boss. Yeah, let me see that. I'll compare them. Yeah, there's no doubt, Gunnigan. These are identical. Same paper. The Hornet? I'm as certain as if I had written these myself. That's bad business, Mr. Reed. I've been standing off Bleecker, but now if the Hornet stepped in, I'll be getting from two racketeers. You keep your chin up, Schaefer. When the Sentinel prints this and the news gets around, Bleecker and the Hornet may battle it out just long enough for the cops to pick up the remains.
Sentinel Hornet X-ray! Green Hornet steps in our parking lot order! Green Hornet Hornet! Bracket present as the Sentinel! X-ray Pepper!
Dick Reed returned to his apartment that evening and spoke to Cato, his valet and the only living man to know him as the Green Hornet.
Cato! Yes, Mr. Beth? The Sentinel's out in the street with the two Green Hornet notes I wrote. It's time for us to get moving. You in a black beauty? The car and the mask, too. I'll need the gas gun as well. Bleecker is reading the Sentinel himself, like everyone else in town. We've got to be ready for him.
Bleecker!
Don't shout your lungs off, mate. I already saw the Sentinel with them two Green Hornet notes. That guy's got a nerve.
You gonna let him step in?
I was just talking to Hackley.
You want the car?
The car, sure. I want you and Dirk to bring your guns. We're going to be ready for the Green Hornet.
A lot depends on how Schaefer reacts, Cato. He's almost at the end of his rope. He can't hold out against those racketeers much longer. He's a brave man. Yeah, he's taken a lot from those rats already. Cars smashed, tires ripped open. His business is practically sunk. That is true. Unless I'm mistaken, Bleeker's going to make it even tougher now that he believes the Green Hornet is muscling in on his territory. I see. Open the sliding panel, Cato. We're going to the hiding place of the Black Beauty. Where are we going? Bleecker is just the kind of gorilla to make sure that Schaefer doesn't slip out from under him now. He wants whatever extortion money Schaefer's paying out for himself. And it's up to the Green Hornet to stop him.
It all depends on that mug Schaefer. We've been putting enough pressure on him to make him ready to crack wide open. His business is shot already. He can't keep holding out.
He's got plenty of what it takes.
He's due to crack. But get this. Schaefer's paying us, not the Hornet. Nobody's muscling in on us. We better get moving. Where's the car? In the garage, waiting. Okay. Open the door, mate.
Where you going, Bleecker?
Me and the boys are paying a little social call on Schaefer.
Up the car already, boss.
Get in. Take the wheel, Dirk.
And better be careful when you get to Schaefer's parking lot, Bleecker. The cops can read the papers, too.
We'll wait until it's clear for us to go in and talk to him, mate. Get going, Dirk. We're going to stop that crook that calls himself the Green Hornet.
As Bleeker's car swung into the street and turned toward Schaefer's parking lot, a huge, sleek black car started along behind them. It was the car of the Green Hornet. curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a moment. Now to continue our story. In the Black Beauty, Britt, Reed, and Cato trailed the racketeer's car until they were certain Bleeker was heading for Schaefer's parking lot.
Keep watching them, Cato. If they turn that next corner, there won't be any doubt about where they're going. Yes, sir. Fortunately for us, it's too late for there'll be much traffic on the streets. Otherwise, we might be running constant risk of being recognized as the Green Hornet.
Mr. Britt.
What is it?
The car.
Oh, yes, Bleeker. He's turned the corner, Cato, heading for Schaefer's lot. Quick, turn in this alley.
But, Mr.
Do what I say. Swing the Black Beauty in here. Hurry before we're past it. Good enough.
I don't understand.
Why we didn't continue after them?
Yes, but...
Those three crooks were desperate men, Cato. They're sure to be heavily armed. If the Green Hornet walked in on them, we'd run into a hail of lead. I'll wait here a few minutes to give them time to get to where they're going. I'm going into that drugstore to make a phone call. And I want to be certain Bleeker is there when that phone rings.
There's Schaefer talking to a cop. Come on. Who's going to take care of the cop, Bleeker? I'll handle him. This way. We can get around behind the shack he uses for an office and slip up on him before they know it. They're standing right next to the door. Take care of that cop before he spots us, Dirk. I don't want any interference when we start talking to Schaefer.
A tap over the head will take care of him.
Take it easy now. Here's the shack. Head around this way so we'll come right up behind him.
There ain't nothing happened yet, Schaefer. And there won't be nothing. You got police protection now.
Protection? Why don't you get those racketeers?
We'll get them. We need proof, that's all.
Bleeker. And now the Green Hornet.
Let him make one slip and we'll pick him up so fast you won't see him for the dust.
Meantime, my business is ruined.
You're okay now. I got that.
Take him. Look out.
What's that? No, you don't, copper.
You inside, Schaefer. You hit him with a blackjack. I saw it.
Inside.
What do you want? Send me to a job on him, boss.
Keep an eye on that cop. I don't want him coming to and identifying us.
Okay, Bleeker. You can't shut me up. I'll tell the police.
As long as the cop didn't see us, you can blabber all you like.
It's your word against ours, Schaefer. That ain't worth talking about. What are you after?
But we've been after all along since we started giving your place a works.
Extortion money. I won't pay.
You're a tough nut, but we can crack you. Or maybe you got a reason.
Huh? Reason?
Don't play dumb. Are you already paying off?
No.
Maybe you got the Hornet behind you.
I don't deal with crooks. Any crook.
If you figure paying the Hornet will keep us away, get it out of your head. We're controlling the parking lots, and the Hornet ain't stopping us. Where is he?
I don't know. I never saw him.
We read the Sentinel. You got a note from him. Where is he?
I tell you, I don't know. Sure, I got the note, but I didn't see him.
You're paying us and nobody else, see?
The phone.
Get away from that. I'll answer. Keep your gun on him, Hackley. Right. Hello? Schaefer parking lot.
Let me speak to Schaefer.
Who wants him?
This is the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet?
What? Don't move.
Green Hornet, huh? I got your note.
This Schaefer?
Yeah, this is Schaefer talking. You calling about the note?
When are you going to pay up, Schaefer?
Pay up? Well...
That's tall. You agreed already.
Oh, so I agreed to pay it, did
Don't
I?
back out.
No, I ain't backing down. Sure, I'll pay you, sure. When are you coming around to collect?
Sometime this week.
Okay, Hornet, I'll pay you. I'll have the dough for you.
When?
When? How about tomorrow night? Yeah, tomorrow night. Say around midnight. How's that?
I'll be there, Schaefer.
Okay, Hornet. Tomorrow night.
Coming here, Bleeker? Tomorrow night?
It was a Hornet, Hackley. He took me for Schaefer.
So you was planning on paying the Hornet off, huh, Schaefer?
I'm not paying anyone.
The Hornet's coming here tomorrow, midnight. You have the dough ready for him, Schaefer, like you said you would.
Tell you I'm not paying it.
I was just talking to him.
Hey, boy.
Yeah?
If we tell the cops, they can make a pinch.
The Hornet?
Sure, he's due here. The cops can nab him like that. It'll get him out of the way for a long time.
Listen, Hackley. The Hornet's a crook, and so are we.
Everybody knows that.
When I tell you to talk, I'll tell you, Schaefer. We're not telling the cops, Hackley.
But we got
This is our job, taking care of rats who try to cut in. We'll look after that baby ourselves.
Yeah, I guess that's the regular way.
It is. We'll be here, and Schaefer ain't blabbing a word to nobody.
No?
You ain't got the nerve, Schaefer. I thought you were tough. But from what the Hornet said over the phone, it was him behind you that was giving you backbone.
Sure. Otherwise, Schaefer'd have folded up like the rest of them parking lot owners when we put the pressure on.
Yeah. Schaefer, you'll keep your mouth shut. Because you know if you don't, we'll shut it for good.
And if we don't, the Hornet will.
So you're playing ball with our team, see? The Hornet's coming here tomorrow night, and we'll be around to meet him with a dose of lead. Where's Reed?
Well, he left about an hour ago, Gunnigan.
Where?
I don't know.
Well, get him. Try his apartment. Try every place.
I already have, but it's no soap, Gunnigan. I wanted to get in touch with him on another matter, and I couldn't locate him.
He's missing something.
Don't tell me it's another Hornet note.
More than a note this time, Casey.
Good grief, you mean they got the Hornet?
Yep. Well, that is practically.
When?
About 7 hours from now. They're brushing out a cell at headquarters already.
7 hours. I thought it was in the past, not the future.
Casey, by the time tomorrow's Sentinel comes out, it will be over. The Green Hornet will be a crook with a past. And no future.
There isn't much future in bars.
Bars my foot. That baby will get the chair.
Where are they going to pick him up?
Right across the street.
What?
Right there. Shaver's parking lot, midnight tonight.
But how do the police know?
For a very good reason, Casey. The Shaver told them.
Shaver himself?
In person. Apparently that guy has more fight than the Hornet and those other rats gave him credit for. They took it for granted he'd be too scared to spill. But they took it wrong.
They? I thought you said it was the Hornet.
Did I forget to mention Bleecker?
What? Bleecker, too?
Works, Casey. Yeah. Will this make a headline for the public gaze? I might try an experiment on this yarn. Slap the headline that new red ink instead of black.
Got it all settled already, haven't you?
By gravy, Casey. You don't seem elated. Wake up! The Green Hornet's going to be captured.
Yes, I can see that, and frankly, I'm a little bit sorry.
Oh, you dames. You think he's a knight in armor.
No, in a mask. Honestly, he's not as bad as he's painted.
No, he's worse.
Hey, Gunnigan, you've been looking for me.
I'll say I have, Lowry. Where have you been?
Downstairs in a place.
Never mind. I know. You have an assignment tonight.
Tonight? I was going to the fights.
Throw the tickets in the ash can. This assignment is a racketeer roundup.
Bleecker?
Not only Bleecker, my little news hound. The big bug as well.
Huh?
The will-o'-the-wisp, known as the Green Hornet.
Holy mackerel, Chief. When? Where?
You'll get the details later. Just be at Shaver's parking lot with the police tonight.
Will I? This is better than any fight.
Looks like the finish of the Hornet.
Where'd you get the tip, Gunnigan?
From Axford. He was at headquarters with his pal Doyle when Shaver came in.
Axford?
Good grief, Gunnigan. That big lug couldn't get anything straight.
He's always wrong. Probably a month from tonight. Schaefer never said anything, and besides, it wasn't the Green Hornet in the first place.
Sure, that's how Axford tips always turn out.
This time it's accurate.
I wouldn't bet a plug nickel on anything that guy...
Lowry, I'm not a fool. I know how Axford is. So I spoke to Doyle myself. This tip is authentic, the real McCoy.
Well, that makes a difference.
Does, plenty.
We'll hold page 1 open.
Yes, I wish I could get in touch with Mr. Reed. He'd want to know about this.
He'll read it in tomorrow's Sentinel.
Reed's plain out of luck, Casey. But what's the difference? He'll still be able to pay the reward for the capture of the Hornet. Now get going, Lowry. Over to police headquarters.
I'm on my horse. Schaefer's parking lot, midnight. I'll be there. No, there's no sign of anything yet. It's only 10 o'clock. What time are you cops going to show up? Yeah, they said they'd be here around 12, but you better get over early. Huh? Be here before midnight? Okay, Sergeant, so long as you grab those crooks. Sounds sensible. Cops not wanting to get here too soon in case Bleecker and the Hornet have someone watching.
I want you, Schaefer.
You get outside. You said 12 o'clock.
Do as I say. Don't try anything if I come out. The man out there with a gun on you.
Yeah, I see him. Another man with a mask.
Get in there. I'll be out in a moment.
Closing the door of the shack, Britt Reed took down the one window shade in the small office and replaced it with another he had prepared. Then he shifted the desk lamp around. A few moments later...
All right. You're back inside, Schaefer.
You put out the lights.
I don't want you making any phone calls between now and midnight.
A gun! Take it! Yes, you... I can't breathe.
All right. To the Black Beauty.
It's all ready, Mr. Britt?
I fixed the window shade, Cato. I didn't like the gassing, but it was necessary for our plan.
They're coming back?
According to the way you prepared the gas, Schaefer should be unconscious till around midnight. When he recovers, you'll put on the lights. And by that time, Bleeker and his rats will be here.
We come back?
Yeah, the Green Hornet will be here at midnight, Cato. But not in person.
We got all the men placed around the parking lot. But where's Schaefer?
Was he going to be here?
Darling, that's what he said, Lodi. But there ain't no lights, not even in the shack.
Almost 12. Come on, we'll go in.
Holy crow, what's that?
Turn on the light.
Schaefer, what happened?
I'm all right. The Green Hornet.
Sugar snakes, was he here already?
Gassed me and left. What time is it? It's almost 12. Hey, we better get out of here with the cops.
Right. Come on.
You stand right here outside the door where you told them crooks you would be.
We'll have you covered.
Okay, remember, the cops want to catch the Hornet as well as Bleeker. Yeah, I got it.
Car coming.
Stay here, Schaefer.
We'll be here within earshot.
Hey, Lodi, I just noticed something.
Stay here, you lug. Come on, back out of sight.
Come on, Dirk. Halfway.
Who's that?
Okay, Schaefer. Is the Hornet here yet?
He was here. Now he's gone. What?
So you called him after we left?
No, I didn't.
Oh, then he'll be back, huh?
I guess so.
Yeah, we'll get him. He cutting in on us. But right now, hand over that dough.
Wait a minute.
We wrecked your cars a couple of times already, Schaefer. Pay for protection or we'll do a final job.
Hey, boss.
Pay that dough you got for the Hornet. You'll take care of him when he shows up.
Boss, it's a Hornet.
Huh? I didn't hear nothing.
Sure, he's been here all the time.
What?
Look there, boss. See the lighted window of the office shack?
What the?
There's his shadow. You can see the profile of the mask. He's holding a gun.
Listening, huh?
Yeah. He don't know the light makes his shadow a perfect target.
Well, what are you waiting for? Blast him to bits.
Right through the window.
That says it. Hey, he ain't falling down.
He's got to. I caught him square. I can see the bullet holes in the window shade.
Come on inside. We'll finish him. You too, Schaefer.
Stick him up.
Well, I'll be a Dutch uncle. Look at that.
What's that? The car. We're trapped.
Make a break for it.
Hey, where you are? Drop that gun. Take it.
No, don't hit me. You got us.
Set the right, you rat. We heard what you said to Schaefer.
Get moving. Take these crooks to the jug.
Okay, Sarge.
Hey, what about the Hornet? I heard those crooks say he was in here.
Yeah, I saw him in the window. But where's he gone?
There wasn't no one here when Bleeker shoved me in.
Hey, Lodi. Holy crow, will you look at this window shade?
Window shade? Axford, you going back?
Here, you can see for yourself. I tried to tell you I seen it from the outside, but you yanked me away.
Holy mackerel. A paper cutout of the Hornet pasted on the window shade. He must have done that earlier. That's what Bleeker shot at from outside.
Blast it, I don't know how, but the Hornet must have got suspicious.
Sugar and snakes, Lodi. We better give Gunnigan the story. But, Daddy, what kind of story is it when we ain't nabbed the Green Hornet?
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated. The situations and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons or events of the past or present is coincidental. Field and Farrington speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Being a Lux girl, Jean depended on a quick beauty pickup. A refreshing Lux soap beauty bath did the trick, she told me.
Now that their beauty soap is in big new bath size, a Lux soap bath is more luxurious than ever.
Well, I can't imagine a nicer bath soap, John. Wonderful creamy lather, even in hard water. And a lovely, delicate fragrance that lasts and lasts.
The Lux soap perfume is an exclusive blend, you know. It combines lily of the valley, lilac, carnation, and other delicate flower fragrances.
I'm sure every woman who tries the big new bath-size Lux toilet soap will love it.
Yes, that generous satin smooth bath cake is a good item to put at the head of your shopping list. Why not try the new bath-size Lux toilet soap tomorrow? It's another fine product of Lieber Brothers Company.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.